Hello, beautiful people! Hello! Hi! How are you doing today? Welcome to the greatest stream of your life. Hello!
You still have a special place in my heart.
Hi, chat. What do you mean questionable lore takes? They're amazing lore takes. That's what they are. I've never had a questionable lore take. Like, literally not even a one. Ever. Oh my god. I have to do this. Oh. Next week, actual league start, right? Yeah. Yeah. You my notepad for yap, sorry. I can be more than your notepad if you want. So let's go get some VARESA upgrades, chat. Okay, let me eat. Alright. Number 1 VARESA NA turns into number 1 VARESA Global. Thoughts? 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 What if that happens, chat? Thoughts? Chat, actually, I'm kind of curious. What are the odds to get a flower or feather that's a like nine roller from this domain, or just in general, actually? If you have specifically, it's probably gonna be too annoying to calc on Excel, so I'd have to sim it instead. Yeah, so let's uh, why is it? Do I want to do this? Maybe I don't. Maybe I'm too lazy, actually. You can code? Not really. So, what are the odds of each thing? So, substats. What's that weight? Okay. So the flats are 6, the percents are 4, crit is 3. Alright. So. So in total, there's 2 6s, so 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 4s, so 32. And then 2 3s, so 38. Roll 1. Wait, L and 1 are the fucking same? Like, what the, what? What the hell? 1 roll. Oh. Stat 1 is... actually no. First roll. I'll just fucking take the L and accept that it'll be impossible to tell whether that's a 1 or an L. Roll 1 is random.rand int between 1 and 38. If roll 1 is equal to, is lesser than 4, if roll 1 is lesser than 4, it's considered crit rate. No, I should define a function, shouldn't I? I should define a function. I don't want to. I really don't want to, man. Aww. Any nerds in chat want to do it for me? Chat, what are the odds that an artifact is it rolls the substats, crit rate, crit damage, attack percent, ER. Technically, what I actually want to know is what are the odds that an onset 4-liner feather or flower does it? But yeah, I don't know. It's actually kind of pissing me off that when I see a Sans, I'm disappointed now. Because it can't be an upgrade. It's just impossible. You need to get the odds of the rolls? No, not at all. It doesn't matter, the odds of the rolls. It can't be an upgrade? It can be. Like, technically it could, because technically they could be higher rolls, but I already have a 4-liner Sans with double crit, ER, and flat attack, which is literally the best possible artifact you can get. And it rolled only into crit. So the only way it gets better is if the roll value is higher. Show it to us, I got you. Look at it. No attack percent looks dog. How are you gonna get an attack percent when an attack percent says? What about your Skirk set? My Skirk set is so bad, actually. It's still significantly worse than my initial say. I looked at it yesterday. Anyways, thank you for the 15 months. DR mood. Also, I think I didn't thank the last sub. Thank you for the 3? Is that 3? 2. Thank you for the 2 months. Cast rice, small toenail. You missed my sub one stream ago? I didn't miss it. I just intentionally didn't call it out because I hate you specifically, Pickle Yama. Chat, never assume negligence when you can assume malice. That's my secret to being happy. Assume that everyone is out to get you. Thank you for the 12 months of Prime, Taxman. Of course, it's the wrong set. Not that it matters. What should I use in Malika? Verdict or Tidal Shadow? What kind of question is that? Of course you should use Verdict. You see, drip marketing is the elite feet fetish going crazy. What? Show him. I don't need you to. I'm good. Okay, fine, I'll look. Seed. Oh. Ah! Oh god! What the fuck, man? Those are some agile toes! Jesus Christ! What the fuck? Oh, that's crazy, man. Holy. Mel saying, is he not beating the allegations when it's not even trying to beat them? No, it's not allegations. You know, it's like you don't call them allegation after someone's thrown in jail for their crimes. You know, they're not allegations anymore at that point. Right, allegations implies just a tiny little bit of a chance for it not to be true. Yeah, it implies the presence of reasonable doubt. Uma Musume stream when? I don't think I'll ever play Uma Musume. I talked about it a little bit a few days ago. I will never play Uma Musume for the gameplay. And definitely not for the gacha. And definitely not for the fucking horse waifus. But I could be tempted to play Uma Musume for the lore and the moral implications and ethics of horse girls. Cause like it's weird to have racing animals that are like people that can talk. Right? Like it's weird. And they want like they're trying really hard to make them like close to like real life horses and inspiring them with real life horses. But like you can't treat real life horses the same way you treat people. Right? Like that's not okay. Which is gonna create some interesting implications at the very least. Anyways. Why not? Well, personally, I would not really like being put in a fucking stable. What is that, Len? What are you? Skibbity Riz wins his first race. Why would you send me this? Is he actually walking? No, I'm reading the comments, but sure, let's watch it.
And they're off and racing. Broken up, perfect line. Skibbity Riz gets sent right to the early lead, in front by a length. On the inside, Man of Quality with Jabron, and then to the outside, it's Highlighter. Now, Man of Quality is checking up a little bit as their inside room gets squeezed out by Skibbity Riz. In between them, Bernie Dot with Jabron in third. Then it's another length back to Highlighter. On the inside, Man of Quality. And at the tail end of the field, it is Batter Up with Volatile Storm as we now go onto the back stretch. 24.47 seconds. Skibbity Riz is the alpha of the leader, in front by half a length. Then it's Bernie Dot in second, with Jabron in third. In fourth place, it's Highlighter. A gap of 3 lengths back to Man of Quality, who now drops back. Now moving up between horses, it's Batter Up, who's just ahead in front of Volatile Storm. Still in front, Skibbity Riz by a length. In second place, Jabron. Bernie Dot lying in wait on the rail. Highlighter on the outside is going 2 horses wide and gaining ground. The half a mile in 49.10 seconds. Skibbity Riz still in front. In second place, here goes Highlighter, who's looming large. They're 3/4 of length from the lead. On the inside, it's Jabron. Moving up between horses, Batter Up continues to pick off competition and is now in third place. Skibbity Riz in front by half a length. Highlighter breathing down their neck. Moving up between horses, it's Batter Up. They're continuing to pick up speed. 1:14 flat for the 3/4 as we hit the top of the stretch. Skibbity Riz is in front, but now moving between horses, it's Batter Up, all covered up in mud, but still chasing after. Skibbity Riz needs to lock in if they're going to hold off Batter Up. Batter Up in second. In third, it's Highlighter, but Skibbity Riz is still in front. Batter Up, one last chance. Here they come down to the finish line. Skibbity Riz needs the wire, and he gets it. Skibbity Riz, yes, 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 by half a length over Batter Up, who ran a valiant race for second, and then in third, it was Highlighter. The final time was 1:47.48 seconds.
Holy. Well. You watch more of this sometime? No. I would rather not. That'll be enough. I broke Zajef. Yeah, you did break me. Like, what the fuck, man? What have you done to me? Man. Ça fait des années. Alright. Chat, where shall we spend our resin today? Actually, I don't think we will spend our resin. I think we'll just condense it. Because today is not contention day, but I'm also really close to 55. So I think I'll just condense it. And tomorrow, as long as I do like 1 or 2 story quests before tomorrow's stream, I should be able to be 55 and start doing world bosses properly. I have 2 carries, Arlecchino, Vape with Yelan, and Nevilette, Freeze with Escaffier. Is it recommended to go for Mawika as a 3rd DPS or pull CITLALI to make my Arlecchino team stronger? Right now, I'd say you can kind of go for either. Oops. I need to... fuck it, let's just go to that one. The best team you can make with Mawika is with CITLALI. If you're not going to get CITLALI, Mawika's teams are often harder to play. Right, Malika is not a character that's too difficult to play. But the setups can actually be pretty rough when you don't have CITLALI. When you're using her with Kea, with Rosaria, with Escoffier, right? When those are the cryo units you're using for your Malika team, the setups are harder. And if you're playing Vape Malika, it's a lot worse. I'm gonna view it again. If I'm being completely and fully honest with you, unless you're willing to, like, actually learn the setups really well, I'd say that both getting Malika and getting CITLALI would be fairly minor upgrades for your account. And so I'd lean more towards getting a new character that either is on the same level as, like, Skirk, but that you can already make work without needing to pull for new supports, right? A character that's, like, not that far behind Malika, but that doesn't need you to pull 2 characters to make them there. Or just pull for whichever character you think is going to be the most fun. Does that mean I have to play Malika with CITLALI? I'm really not a fan of either, and I'm only playing Malika because she's an Archon? No. If you're playing Malika carry, playing her without CITLALI is going to leave you with worse results. But if you don't love Malika, and you don't want to get CITLALI, you don't have to play her as a carry. Malika is also good. Malika's good in a lot of different teams, right? If we go to the GC Sim, and we're not going to sort by DPS this time, right? We're just going to look at Malika. Just look at all the different archetypes. Is it? Just look at all the different archetypes, right? So we got Kanich, Malika carry, Molani, Chaska, Malika carry. I guess there's a lot of Chaska teams. Someone went to town on Chaska teams. My goodness. Yoimi, Yai, Sethos, Navia. A bunch more carry teams. Okay. Who did this? Who did on-field Lisa? This is 46k DPS. We don't talk about this one. Kokomi. Gaming Overload. What the fuck? Maybe... Lunge Barbara. Based. Maybe we will sort by DPS so that we only have the real teams. Right, so let's skip the carry teams. Alright, you've got Clavand, you got Risley. Okay, that's not a real Risley team, but still. You've got Molani. You've got Chaska, Kanich, Nevilette, another Clavand. Chaska. Yeah. Anyways, point being, if you are someone who doesn't particularly like Malika, but you want to get her because you want to get every Archon, you don't have to play her as a carry. Like, yes, right now, carry Malika teams are arguably the strongest teams in the game. But if you don't want to play her, then don't force yourself. Like, it's not the end of the world. Especially because Onslaught is not balanced around just the DPS check. It's also balanced around about the specific teams you have. And it's gonna be very often that the Maoiga team won't even be better. I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to go to the fucking team selection on higher difficulty, but I haven't cleared higher difficulty, so it defaulted to fucking... oh, whatever. I have Skirk, but not CITLALI or Escoffier. I was planning to pull CITLALI, but I think I have to make a lot of investment for a Skirk team right now, and I need Chilonin the most for my better built teams, but I do have Arlecchino too, and CITLALI will be useful for her. I don't know what to do. Help. Okay, personally, the more time passes, the less I like Arlecchino Melt. Not that Arlecchino Melt is bad, just that Arlecchino Overload is so easy to play and it's not that much worse. And on top of that, Arlecchino by default doesn't have amazing synergy with Melt. You just play her with Melt because there's no good vape supports yet. We'll probably get good vape supports in Nodcry. So either that, or Nicole's gonna actually be good for the team, right? For Arlecchino Melt. So personally, I think the idea of pulling CITLALI for Arlecchino isn't too appealing. It's not awful, it does do something, but it's not something I'm like too optimistic about. More importantly, the gap between having Escoffier and not having her for Skirk is much bigger than the gap between all of Arlecchino's different archetypes. On the other hand, Skirk is better than Arlecchino, so maybe your Skirk team is already strong enough without Escoffier. There's a few factors that can go into it. Alright, chat. Last artifact of the day. I like any Malika because I don't have her or Arlecchino or Skirk, and so much of the new content requires near on-field DPSs. I don't necessarily want to pull for her. I got bad luck on her first banner and end with Arlecchino and Skirk. What do you suggest for accounts with no big 5-star on-fielders? Don't get too what's the word I'm looking for? Deflated, I guess. I honestly expect that the Nogcry carries are gonna be on a similar level. So you can just wait until you actually like one of the Nogcry characters and go for that. I didn't get VARESA, and that started a sad spiral. I mean, VARESA, if you don't have cons on Janssen or Chivalrous, isn't that amazing. Like, she's not bad, but I expect that the newer carries are probably going to be able to reach something close to VARESA without requiring cons on Janssen and Chivalrous. Flins versus VARESA, who wins? I am expecting Flins to be better than VARESA, but also more reliant on other 5-star carries. And like how Skirk is. And also, I mean, I guess, I don't know. How much of a drop-off does Xiao see without Farazan? Oh boy. What's the highest simmed C0 Farazan game? It's lower than double hydro taser. That's not a good sign. Let's filter only Farazan. C6, 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 C6. C6, 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 6, 6, 6, C6, 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 C0. Okay. So 54k on this one. Whereas that same team, with C6 Farazan is at 75k. I'm pretty sure that's the only difference. Almost. Yeah, here they changed Xianyun weapon because they had to, because you needed more ER on Xianyun, and it became better to use this. But it is the same build. Or basically. I much prefer Electrocharge VARESA Plunge with Farida and Xianyun. Is that much worse than Overload? Not necessarily. It is worse, but it's not that much worse. Yeah, if I have Arlecchino, Neville, Raiden, and Chaska, is CITLALI better or Inefa? I mean, I guess it depends on the rest. But if you have a good Arlecchino team with Chevalers, then Inefa's probably better for your Neuvillette. And if you don't, then maybe CITLALI's better. I don't know. We're not even in the Ask ZAJEF yet, chat. Come on. If I didn't do any mistakes, the odds of you getting a 4-liner flower or feather with perfect substats are 0.017% per artifact. About 0.02%. One every 5,000. That kind of makes sense, yeah. Doable. Agreed. What about the odds that a crafted goblet is perfect substats? Alright, so we don't get either of these anymore, so we have 20 and 18, so 38. So we can either get 4 out of 38 or 6 out of 38. And then if we got 4, then we need 6 out of 34. And if we got 6, then we need 4 out of 32. It's about a 4% chance that it rolls the right stats. And then I think crafted pieces are 1/3 odds of being 4-liners. So it's about a little bit over 1%. That means in 100 patches I'll get one. Oh well. And Versa is power crap. Even if Versa gets power crept, I don't care. As long as she stays fun. You know, chat, I feel like it's been a while since I played the Shani and Versa team. Should I go play it in Abyss? Can I even play it in Abyss? I can't play it first side, and second side is kind of cringe. Fuck that. I hate Genshin Impact, man. Actually, I could play it first side. Just like in ISO and wait. Then I'd have to deal with this shit? Nah, no way. No way. No way. Alright, chat, everyone's out of YouTube. We'll record that as CITLALI. Did you look at this? Okay, maybe not. What's that? Stygian Onslaught, but I can only press Q. I haven't seen that, no. That's difficulty 5, too. That is hilarious. Hey, that's not Q. That's hilarious, though. That's so funny. That's so funny, man. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, they're doing it on all of them? Jesus Christ. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Nah. That's insane. Holy shit. That's a big brain moment. My god. And here they're waiting for Fav. Yeah. Damn, Emily kind of goes fucking hard against that boss with that ult. Pretty sure all of the burst hits ended up dealing damage to the enemy. Crazy. Big hitbox. I mean, we get the idea for this one. This boss is too strong for the challenge. 07. Damn. That's fucking insane, but... Nod Cry tier list.
Flynn's one?
Surely these comments will be... Oh, there's only 1,000 views, so the comments probably will be reasonable. Okay, I was actually kind of curious. I haven't seen what his rankings were. Of course.
Side. I don't know.
This is, by the way, this is the average Ziox experience, okay? Bro is scared to have opinions. Actual average Ziox moment. This is probably the real thing. Okay, bad take. It is what it is. Make your own tier list? I mean, I already kind of did. Like, your takes are any good? Yeah, I know. People got really, really pissed off at my opinions. They were not happy at all. At all. You said Columbina 0? Yeah, I mean, I guess you are not allowed to dislike something, actually. If there's something you dislike, you're rage baiting. Right? Like if you do not accept the popular opinion, you're a rage baiter and your opinion just isn't real. I agree with you, but 0 was crazy. I mean, yeah, obviously I'm exaggerating a little bit. I don't think she's actually a 0. I think she's like a 2, maybe. But she is the character I dislike the most. So it was rage bait? I mean, I guess technically it kind of was. You're right. That's true. Do you like her the least or dislike her the most? I mean, those mean the same thing. If you're asking, like, if Columbina is a character that, like Alice, I actively dislike in an engaging way, she's not. It's just there's nothing about her that I find interesting. Alice I really dislike, but in a way that I find interesting, right? I dislike her the way I dislike villains in a show I like, you know? Yeah, like I'm emotionally invested. With Columbina, I am not. I will say, the more I think about Varka, the more I feel like he falls a little. Is Alice an antagonist? No, she's not. Alice pretty clearly will not be an antagonist. Also, it's bound to kind of change. Yeah, like at the end of the day, visual design is a very small aspect of what makes me like or dislike characters. My favorite character is a character whose visual design I think is not good. Right? Like, my favorite character right now is VARESA, and I don't think she looks good. To this day, I think her shoes are awful. I also don't really care about her personality. It's just that her gameplay being as fun as it is enough to eclipse every single other aspect and make her my favorite character. Just tell us you don't like big butts. It's okay. Sure, buddy. Let's just, sure, buddy. Like, yeah. 100%. Yeah, that's pretty much the only thing about VARESA. It's actually what defines VARESA. It is what defines VARESA in every single way. Look at the comments. I don't think I will. You like her horns and tail? I don't really care. I like the leg warmers. I don't care about them very much, but I think the shoes are ugly as hell, so it kind of ruins it for me. I like the sandwich she pulls out. She reminds me of Scooby-Doo. True. Scooby-Doo character. Well, these are not heels? That is true. That is true. I agree. When is CITLALI's SIG better than TTDS? It pretty much always is better than TTDS, but it's never by a lot. You've seen the INEFA weapon ranking. I mean, I haven't seen this one. I can compare it to mine if you want. I actually have to update mine. Oh, I have so many things I need to update. Fuck. Bro, the fact that she doesn't snapshot changes so much for the weapon rankings. Some of these things that I have are kind of different, though. They have Scarlet Sands much higher. Also, 135 ER is not real. In most of these teams. Right, like in this team, 135 ER is not real. Is TF her best set on release? It's a viable set, but it's not her best set. It's similar to 2-piece 2-piece. Yeah, let me adjust for no snapshot on this sheet first. Yeah, there's also TOM. Yeah. I mean, the main thing we have to change is some of the weapons, right? Like Calamity Queller. Okay. Engulfing doesn't need to change. Torch does. Why did I lose 10? No, it doesn't. Torch is fine. Catch is fine. Luminous Elegy is fine. Battle of Fjords is fine. Missive Windspear. Missive Windspear can't trigger off field, right? How long does it last again? I gotta take a look. Missive. 10 seconds. So in this team, you're gonna have about 80% uptime ish. Yeah, I don't know how the fuck they're getting Staff of Scarlet Sands that high in this cal. I guess. Yeah, no. Yeah, because this doesn't work off field. Right? But I guess you will be at a little bit more stacks than I said here. Right, so instead of 120, right? Total attack. Stop Scarlet Sense. So 2100? No. EM. Where's the EM? %, plus 28% times 2. This times Stop Scarlet Sense EM. 135. But I guess on Stop Scarlet Sands, you'd also go EM Sands. No, you can't do that, because you're not going to be at 2k attack if you do. Oh! Cooked. Yeah, in this team you can't do that. Let's just say 140. Like, it could be better if you can go EM Sands, but you kind of can't. Anyways, Calamity Queller is a lot better. Calamity Queller. Okay, so after using skill, attack increases by 3.2 up to 6 stacks. 6 stacks is, what, 6 times 18 plus 19.2. When it's off field, it's double to 38.4, but it's not full uptime. So it'll be maybe like 32-ish average. Yeah, let's say 32 average. Average of 5 stacks. It should be like the major changes. But they still have... Yeah, I'm still not even close to what they had. I guess I am close, actually. I didn't have Symphonist of Sense because it's pretty much the same as Homa. It's just Staff of Scarlet Sands that I have at a different value. But, like... I just feel like there's no fucking way in hell you end up with enough attack to max out her A1 if you go EM main stat in teams that don't have a lot of external attack buffs with Staff of Scarlet Sands. I feel like they might have forgotten to reduce the increased lunar charge damage from the Ascension 1 with lower than 2k attack. Because, like, it's a pretty reasonable assumption that you'll always have at least 2k, so most people just do 14% and don't even bother with calcing it. But maybe I'm just the one who's wrong. Who knows? Anyways. I mean, I guess I could just take a look at it, right? Staff of Scarlet Sands. Minus 46.6 attack. And 187 EM. And now we'll end up, instead of 140, at like 350. Flat attack. We're a little bit below. And now EM multiplier. Maybe times 1.13 instead. Kind of. Yeah, I guess it is still better, huh? Okay, sure. My bad, chat. That's personal damage. You lose a little bit of team DPS through lower lunar charges, but probably not enough to make this worse. Alright. I don't think it was wrong. pre-snapshot changes. But I do think that now with the snapshot changes, Salvador Carlos Sanz is a decent amount better. Arguably, Salvador Carlos Sanz got more of a buff than Calamity Queller. It'll be good on Flins. We still don't know what Flins does, so perhaps. Anyways, chat, I think it's time. Everyone say hi to YouTube. Time for the Ask the Jeff CITLALI. Oh yeah, I should go. Discord mods, if you can send a ping. I'll also go make a YouTube community post. Hello, beautiful people. CITLALI is coming back, and there's a lot to say about her. If you have any questions for the Ask the Jeff, come ask them over on Twitch. I'm gonna try to put the link in the post instead of in the replies and see if it reaches less people. I think it does, which is why I've been putting it in the replies, but if it doesn't, then I'll stop bothering. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi to Ask Zajef Grandmother Edition. Any old ladies in the chat? Hello. Welcome to Ask Zajef CITLALI. Boy, is CITLALI a hard character to properly evaluate. Don't say any gilfs, please. Oh. Please don't include this in the video. Oh no. Okay. As usual for the Ask the Jeff, we'll start by talking about her overall place on the meta, and then we'll move on to specific questions from chat. If you want to ask your own questions for these videos, you can come and follow me over on Twitch, where I try to do an Ask the Jeff every time there's a character rerun. And if you're not someone who uses Twitch a lot, make sure you subscribe, so you can keep an eye out for the community posts I make every time I record one of these. I also usually try to have someone post in the Discord server about it. So if you use Discord, you can join the Discord server. But yeah, let's just get right into it. CITLALI is a Melth support that is also pretending to be a freeze support. So, if you just look at the things provided directly by CITLALI's kit, it's actually not that much, right? What you get directly from CITLALI's kit is you get a shield, but the shield is pretty weak in value. Compared to other shielders, her shield value is fairly low. You get a bit of damage, but the damage is also pretty low, really. And then you get 20% shred. And that's it. 20% shred is not a lot. At all. However, non-written, like non-directly mentioned parts of her kit compound with one another to make a character that's actually providing a lot for teams. So what are those non-written parts in her kit? Right? One, she's a Natlan character. Natlan supports can use the Cinder City set for 40 damage %. Now, that's not actually just 40 damage %, because if a character wasn't from Natlan, they could use a different support set that also buffs your damage. The generic support sets generally buff your stats by about 20% attack. And 20% attack and 20% damage are fairly interchangeable in a decent amount of situations. Generally, you'd rather go for damage, so if you were to evaluate what 40 damage % is, it's probably the equivalent of like 45 or 50 attack instead, but still. Your alternative sets, the generic ones that buff attack, are 20% attack, which means that her being from Natlan is effectively allowing you to have access to a buff that's better by about 20 to 25 damage % than the alternatives. Right? That's the first thing. The second thing is that she's a Catalyst user. Catalyst users have access to TDDS. TDDS, 1.0 3-star weapon. But it's one of the very few weapons that directly buffs another character's stats. That means that on characters whose personal stats don't matter that much, right? We already said, CITLALI doesn't do that much damage, and her shield value isn't that high anyways. And her shred doesn't scale with her stats. The characters that don't care that much about their own personal stats would obviously rather use a weapon that buffs your carry's stats than their own. And the reality is that most weapon types don't have access to many of those, right? If you look at swords, you kind of don't have any. Technically, you have Freedom Sworn, Peak Patrol, but those are both weapon banner limited 5 stars. You have Zyphos, which is a 4-star banner exclusive weapon, but it buffs ER, which not every character needs. You have Key, also a limited 5-star. When it comes to options that you can actually assume to get, you pretty much only have Sapwood, which is incredibly situational, because it's only on some teams that you can get the buff from it. And it buffs EM, which not every character cares about. But also, it's finicky. You have to pick up the leaf manually, and the position where it spawns is kind of RNG. That means that for sword users that don't care that much about their own personal stats, you generally end up using 5 swords. And that's pretty much the only thing, right? When you look at recommendation options for Shilonen, you have her signature. You can use one of the other 5-star buff swords, like Freedom Sword. But other than that, it's either Favonius Sword or Cry, really. Right? Like, technically, you can use the Flute of Ezpitzal, but the difference between using this and Dullblade is basically nothing. And that's the case for, honestly, pretty much every weapon type. And the only weapon type that has a weapon that you can actually be expected to get without going out of your way for it, that is an actually significant support buff weapon, is a Catalyst. It's TTDS. That makes it so that Catalyst characters that are supports inherently have a pretty big advantage from this. Now, it does mean you're not using Fav, and Fav weapons are powerful. But like we said earlier, not every character cares about energy. And specifically for Pyro carries, you look at Mawika, you look at Arlecchino, right? The two most popular carries that you would consider playing in a Mel team with CITLALI have bursts that either don't use energy or that you don't want to use. which makes it so that the FAV particles are only helping your supports. But building more ER on your supports generally doesn't have a huge opportunity cost. You're generally not losing out on a lot of damage from needing a bit more ER on Bennett. Right? Oh no, I will have to go for a hydro damage Noblesse Goblet because it has 25% ER instead of my pyro damage one or my HP one. Oh no, I just lost like 0.01% of my DPS, and now instead of overhealing by 3,000 whenever I need to heal, I overheal by 2,000. It doesn't matter. As long as you're actually getting enough particles that it is theoretically possible to get your burst back with an amount of ER that you can have, then lowering the ER requirements on your supports is only an issue. Is only something that helps quality of life. It doesn't actually help DPS, and it doesn't always help quality of life either. All of this to say, the fact that CITLALI is a catalyst user is very significant. Having TTDS is big. There are a few other factors that could be useful for CITLALI, but that generally aren't. Mainly, as a shielder, she enables shield conditional effects, such as the Calamity of Eshu, which is technically relevant in Skirk teams, but we'll talk about the non-pyro teams later. But yeah. Now, all the things I've mentioned so far, they're good. They're good things. But just in terms of total overall provided value, it's not that impressive. Let me use Chevreuse as a point of comparison. Right? C6 Chevreuse is a good character. What does she provide to your team? She provides attack percent, she provides damage percent, and she provides shred. How much attack percent? Up to 40% based on her HP. How much damage percent? Up to 60% with her C6. How much shred? 40%. CITLALI, on the other hand, 48% attack, 40 damage percent, and 20 shred. But that's Chevreuse without looking at a set, right? Chevreuse is going to be on a set. We can assume Noblesse for now, and that's 60%, which means that Chevreuse gives you more stats than CITLALI and for every stat that she's giving. But there's one thing we haven't mentioned yet. And that's the application. Chevreuse is a character whose only purpose in a team is to buff. CITLALI also applies her own element. Now, in freeze teams, applying a little bit more cryo generally doesn't matter. That's why I don't consider CITLALI to be that great of a freeze support. Because, like I said, if all you're getting from CITLALI is these things, she's just pretty much noticeably worse than a C6 Chevreuse in every single way, really. She gives the same stats as Chevreuse does, but a lot less of each of them. But in melt teams, she also applies her element, which allows your pyro carry to melt. And in quite a few teams, she's enough by herself to allow your pyro carry to melt. Which means you don't need another cryo option. With Chevreuse, one, the application isn't as important because you're not relying on overload damage itself. You're just relying on having uptime on your shred. But even with Chevreuse, you still want some form of off-field application. You still play Fischl in your Arlecchino teams. You still play Chanling or Mawika in your VARESA teams. Because having that off-field application of the element different from the element your carry's using is important. Obviously, though, being forced into a character that has off-field application means that you can't use the characters that don't. right? You won't be able to use Bennett as your last slot or Eon-san as your last slot in a Chevrolet's team. Whereas in a CITLALI team, you can. That is really what makes CITLALI good. Without that application, CITLALI is just a pretty... Well, if you compare her to the old characters... True. You with the 43 months. If you compare CITLALI to the old niche supports, even in freeze, she's pretty solid. But if you compare her to the new ones, she's kind of underwhelming. But in meld teams, where her application is a significant part of what she's providing to the team, she's very powerful. Right? Instead of comparing CITLALI to Chevreuse, in meld teams, you're now comparing her to Yelan or Farina. Right? Hey, thank you for the raid. Aggro. Welcome, Raiders. We're recording right now, so sorry about that. But yeah, so Yelan, right? If you build Yelan for buffing, she's gonna have Noblesse, right? And then her own buff is like 30 to 40% average at most. And Farina, if you build her for buffing, TOM, up to 75% in the best case scenario. Generally averages a little bit below that, let's say 65. But no shred. And you can see from this that CITLALI is doing a lot. Right? Obviously, Yelan and Farina also have a little bit of personal damage, but I think people tend to overestimate that personal damage in teams where they're being used mainly for applications because their energy requirements generally are much higher, and they also end up being played with supports that are focused on buffing your carry, not your support. Which means that their overall DPS tends to be quite a bit lower than I think most people realize in those teams. In any case, though, as much as CITLALI is providing a lot to these teams, that doesn't mean she's perfect. In fact, the main teams where you're using CITLALI nowadays are Maoika teams. You also use her in Arlecchino teams. Well, you also use her in some non-pyro carry teams, so we'll talk about those later. But both Maoika and Arlecchino are characters who have rotations that are shorter than 20 seconds. Now, CITLALI can do rotations shorter than 20 seconds. Her skill is 16 seconds, her burst is 15. No problem there. But TTDS cooldown is 20. Which means you'll have your TTDS buff on your first rotation, but not on your second one. You'll only have half uptime on your TTDS buff. Right? Which makes it a little bit lower. If you look at the overall damage gain from this, right? Let's try to quantify this a little bit. Right? So we'll start with the normal CITLALI stuff. Okay, so we'll have base attack percent, flat attack, total attack. We'll have crit value, crit multiplier. We'll have damage percent. We'll have effective attack. We'll have resistance multiplier. And we'll have adjusted effective attack. So, let's start with Maoika, right? So, Maoika. CITLALI. in the most popular default Mawika team, which is Bennett, Chilonen, Mawika, CITLALI, right? So, Mawika base attack, 359, I think. Yep. Serpent Spine. Attack percent, she gets 30 from this. She gets... Why is this in percentage? Okay, 30% from this, 25 from Power Resonance, 20 from Bennett being on Noblesse. What else do we have? We have... about 20% from substats. And I suppose that's it for now. Plus the 48% from TDDS. Actually, no. For now, let's just do without a last lawn. Right, so BMX by itself. Right, Bennett, Mawika, Chilonen. Assuming you're getting your melts, but whatever for now. 350, let's assume Sapwood. Down 13 Bennett. 1050. On EM Sense, crit value, crit ascension, main stat, substats, Cinder City, Serpent Spine, damage percent. So her own personal damage percent is going to average out around 35, 46.6, 15 from Cinder City, no, from Codex, sorry, 15 from Bennett C6, Chilonen on Petra. Is that it? No, 30 from Serpent Spine. Sans is going to be EM in this team. But the EM will be the same no matter which support we compare it to, so we don't need to include EM in our calcs here. Because we're not looking at the overall damage, we're just comparing different buffs or buff options on the last slot. Resistance multiplier, 1.13. Adjusted effective attack. Alright. So, without taking the additional application into account, because we'll just be comparing different characters that allow you to get that application, let's take a look at what happens with CITLALI. So, CITLALI, first rotation, right? So, TGDS. Cinder City. Although technically, if you're not using CITLALI, you could be using Cinder City on Chilonen instead of Petra. It would only be plus 35. But I guess with your other options, you might end up using Cinder City on the last slot, even if it's not an Outland character. So let's keep it on this for now. And then 20 Shred. Right, so just the stat increase from CITLALI is about 40%. Then CITLALI average. Instead of 48%, right? 24, right? Every other rotation on the TDDS. It's about 33. Let's compare this to Rosaria. So. With Rosaria, you don't have TDDS. You'll have Fab, which allows you to go a little bit less ER on your supports, but that won't really change much. What else does Rosaria give? Rosaria gives Uh, 12 damage percent if you put her on Cinder City. And she gives up to 30 crit value. No. Yeah, I guess technically you'd probably want Instructor here, huh? Fuck, okay, I think we have to... We have to change a couple things. EM multiplier. Adjusted EM multiplier. EM, alright, Sans. Substats. Adjusted EM multiplier. So the part of Maoika's damage that gets reacted, which is about 2/3 of it, gets increased by this. Alright. And then here, we're going to actually be thorough. We're going to be assuming that your default option is using Cinder City on Shilonen, and your CITLALI version is using Petra on Shilonen. Okay? Which means that for this one, with Rosaria, we're going to be using Cinder City on Shilonen, and we're going to be using Instructor on Rosaria. Although that does mean that you're capping out your crit buff a bit lower because Rosaria's ability to stack a lot of crit rate goes down on a 4-star set. But let's say you get about 20%, right? Let's say you're at like 60 to 70% crit on Rosaria. As you can see here. Makes sense? Let me just double check. Yeah. Yeah. So, as you can see here, just on the first rotation, over your Rosaria alternative, your Maoika DPS is like upwards of 20% ahead. But in practice, you generally don't get this, especially in Siege and Onslaught that is balanced around you actually taking multiple rotations to clear content. You get a lot closer to average uptime of every other rotation, which means the actual upgrade that CITLALI's providing to your Maoika team is quite a bit lower, right? In this case, about 14%. Does that mean Rosaria, that CITLALI is not good? Obviously it doesn't, right? There are a lot of factors that get added when you use Rosaria, right? You're limited to a small circle. Well, it's not that small, but you're limited to a circle. If the boss moves, you can end up losing your application. The setups are mechanically harder to do because Rosaria's application lines up in a slightly less comfortable way than CITLALI's application for your setups. This is assuming that you're using your optimal set, which in these teams is Instructor. But getting enough ER and crit rate to proc 5 and crit rate to get a good Rosaria buff on an Instructor set can be difficult. The point I'm trying to make here is that as much as CITLALI is good, And she is good. She isn't necessary for the melt teams. She is the sort of character that provides a lot of its value through quality of life. But if you're willing to reset, if you're willing to put in the work to learn the rotations on the non-CITLALI teams, she's less of an upgrade. She still is an upgrade. I think it's pretty reasonable to say that there isn't a Pyro Carry melt team that prefers other cryo applicators over CITLALI. But I think people do often tend to overestimate the DPS gain from CITLALI. One thing, though, here is that we were assuming you're using Shilonen or maybe another Natlan character in your Maoika team. If you don't have another Natlan character, you don't have Shilonen, you don't have Yeon-san, how are you generating fighting spirit? You're cooked. You're cooked as hell. Oh no. Depending on your rotations, you can also end up in situations where you don't generate enough fighting spirit over one rotation to completely max it out from only Shilonen if you're using another cryo. So CITLALI can also be a little bit more there. Rosaria is not your only option. There's a few others. For example, you can use Kaya, and Kaya's faster application, despite it lasting a lower amount of time, allows you to do 5 melt setups instead of 4 melt setups. There might be a world where you can do a 6 melt setup with N1, or C1D, N1, CDN1 with Kaya if you're playing really well, but I haven't tested it enough to be certain. I think right now, if you look at the GC Sim stuff from Maoika, skip the whale teams, highest teams, CITLALI, few of the CITLALI options, CITLALI with Sucro, CITLALI with, yeah. Right now, the next best one after the best CITLALI teams is actually Kaya, because it's assuming 5 melts instead of the 4 that you can get by default from Rosario or CITLALI. But it's a lot more finicky. It's reliant on low ping, and there's even a little bit of RNG involved. It's also using Petra Kaya, which is kind of fake. And the Rosario one is about 10k behind that. In any case, one thing I'll say is that generally, again, if you're willing to reset, assuming C0 R0 stuff, if your starting point is I have Arlecchino and most of the good supports, I want to have a good melt team, I'm not sure if I should get Maoika or CITLALI. I'd say that whether you go for Maoika with a non-CITLALI cryo support or CITLALI as a cryo support for Arlecchino, you'll end up with a team that performs fairly similarly overall. The Maoika team without CITLALI will be a little bit more DPS, but the Arlecchino team with CITLALI will be a lot easier to play. CITLALI is not necessary for melt teams to be good because they made the melt carries strong enough that even in their non-optimal teams, they're still competitive with other meta teams. But she does tend to make things more comfortable. Quite a bit more comfortable at that. Outside of melt teams, CITLALI also sees plays in other teams. Mainly, nowadays, in Skirk teams. Like, technically, she is a freeze support for Hydro characters, but like I said, the amount of stats she provides just isn't that much. And so, unless you have an external factor that limits your teammate options, she's generally not the character you will default to. That external factor being Escoffier. If you're playing a Hydro carry with Escoffier, Escoffier forces you to only play Cryo and Hydro characters, and that limits your support options, which means that there's less competition, and so CITLALI generally tends to be the best last slot, although she's often not even better than just using Quick Swap Skirk, but oh well. Mainly though nowadays, outside of those Hydro carries, right, like that's mostly Neuvillette teams, because other Hydro carries generally aren't that good in freeze teams. Right, you can play Molani freeze, but you can play Ayato freeze, and it's better than Ayato's other teams, but it's an Ayato team. So mainly you're looking at teams like this, with Escoffier, CITLALI. Although one thing I'll say is, for people that don't have Farina and that play Neuvillette, generally the teams to default to are often the Dendro focused teams, whether it's Hyperbloom or using an off-field Pyro to play pseudo Neuvillette. And if you end up doing Hyperbloom, something like this, CITLALI actually is one of the good slots. One of the good last slot options for this team. Anyways, like I said earlier, though, another one of the teams where she sees a decent amount of play nowadays is in Skirk teams. She doesn't buff Cryo directly with the Shred, but if you've followed my channel a decent amount lately, you'll know, because I've talked about it a lot recently. Skirk's teams don't have access to a good and synergistic last slot. When you look at your last slot options in Skirk teams, they're all either bad or not synergistic, right? They're either outdated kits that just provide so much less total value than new ones, like Shenhe, or kits that just don't have that much synergy, but that are fairly good, like Yelan, right? And that actually creates an environment where CITLALI is one of the nice options for Skirk. Oops. Unlike melt carries, which are not sword users, Skirk is a sword user, which means that she has access to Calamity of Eshu. She's a normal attack sword user, meaning that she takes advantage of the Calamity of Eshu buff, which means that a character being a shielder is actually very significant. And then CITLALI's ability to generally give Cinder City and potentially TDDS, although generally she doesn't give TDDS because the rotations here are kind of sus if you want to give TDDS to Skirk. But still, just the shield plus a little bit more cryo up for slightly better cryo resonance uptime, plus the particles for Escoffier, plus the Cinder City is actually enough to make CITLALI a competitive options with the other last slot options. She's not the best. She's actually, I would argue, a little bit behind the best two, which I consider to be Shenhe and Molani, but not that far behind. And like, she's definitely one of the meta options. If you're ever in a situation where you want to play a Skirk team against an enemy that requires you to have a character that stays in Nightfall mode. Like, for example, the first Secret Source Automaton, the Geo one. I guess the Electro one. It's not Geo, it's Electro. The one that spawns the pillars, right? Where you can make it spawn the pillars faster if you enter Night Soul mode and stay in Night Soul mode. Then your best last slot for the Skirk team is going to be CITLALI. By far, too. Alright, so like she's not necessarily the best, but she's close enough to the best ones that in any situation that favors her mechanics, she will be the best one. Does that mean you need to get her? No, not at all. You'll still have other options, but it is something to keep in mind. Overall conclusion on CITLALI's current place in the meta is CITLALI is a powerful character, one of the best supports nowadays. But I wouldn't say that she's so far ahead of her competition that she feels necessary for the melt carries to feel strong. One nice thing she has is that she's pretty much always the best option in your melt teams. But the gap isn't as big as it is with, say, Escoffier and Freeze teams. In the long term, her value can go up or down, right? If we end up getting more melt carries, her value can go up. If we end up getting more melt supports, her value can go down, right? If we get more supports that are competitive for her slot, her value will obviously go down. We've had really sus early leaks for Nodcry, like long-term characters, and supposedly in the last part of Nodcry, we're supposed to get Alice and Nicole, and supposedly Alice is a melt carry and Nicole is a cryo support for melt. Now, this is incredibly unreliable for now, right? Leaks that for this far into the future are often just outright lies, but also, even if they're not lies, even if they are accurate leaks, plans are not set in stone for this far into the future, which means even if it's true right now, it could still change. I would say that if what you're trying to do is you're trying to make the strongest current meta teams, CITLALI is a pretty good pickup. But if you're the sort of character, or sorry, if you're the sort of player who just wants to have teams that are strong enough to clear the content you care about, and you don't need your team to be the strongest, and you don't care about the skins from Dire, CITLALI is a fairly low priority character compared to getting characters that enable specific other archetypes. Like Inefa can enable stronger Electrocharge teams, or like carries that are good in other archetypes. In other words, Siege and Onslaught bosses where CITLALI will be good will generally be clearable with a CITLALI alternative. And so you might find yourself in a situation where pulling for Flynn's, who's rumored to be an Electrocharge or a Lunar Charge support, so that you can have a Lunar Charge carry against new Lunar Charge boss, will help you more for Siege and Onslaught than pulling for CITLALI, since your Malika team can clear with Rosaria anyways. In any case, that'll do it for her overall power level and place on the meta, so let's move on to questions from chat. As a small reminder for people watching live, make sure you add me in your message so I know if you're asking me a question or if it's a chat message addressed to someone else. How good is CITLALI's weapon due to some rotations being shorter than 20 seconds, or dual carry teams that don't get both carries buffed by TTDS? Does the attack percent mean better buffing in some teams than her SIG? Does the damage percent go over TTDS? Okay, so CITLALI's weapon... Where is it? Starcaller's Watch. Increases her own EM by 100, also has EM substat, and makes it so that 15 seconds after you create it, for 15 seconds after you create a shield, the on-fielder gets 28% increased damage. 28% damage is generally a little bit worse than 48% attack. Going back to this calc that we had earlier, right? If instead of 48% attack, we had 28 damage, right? You can see it's a little bit worse. All right, chat is in the way. But if you average it out over a long number of rotations, where you end up getting 24% average attack and not 48, it's better. That being said, it's not better by a lot. It's a very, very small margin, which is the main reason why her signature is such a low value weapon. Having a bit more EM is nice, but it's not actually that big of a deal. Her damage is pretty low even with this, and her shield isn't really so big that you rely on it for defensive utility most of the time. The main upsides of her signature over TTDS are, one, this follows your current active party member, right? It's not one designated character that you swap into. It's whoever is on the field at any given time. That means that if you end up playing, like, in the current Siege and Onslaught, a team that uses Mawika and Arlecchino, you can use this to buff your Mawika burst and your Arlecchino uptime. It also allows you to do rotations that don't necessarily swap from CITLALI to your carry, which gives you a bit more flexibility. Right, that's the first one. The second upside is that this also works on teams that are not attack scaling teams. Right? So it works for Nevilette teams. As a general rule, CITLALI's signature is pretty much always worse to go for than your carry's signature or your carry's constellations, and oftentimes also worse to go for than CITLALI's constellations. So I really do not recommend getting this. Generally, the teams where this makes a noticeable difference are teams where you're only using CITLALI due to a lack of good options that's probably going to get remedied by future releases, such as in Skirk teams. I already said, CITLALI doesn't have that much synergy in Skirk teams. This is a decent amount better than her alternatives in Skirk teams because you can't get Cinder City and TTDS on Skirk reliably, whereas you can get Cinder City plus this on Skirk. And then in Nevilette teams, right, where you're using her with Escoffier, but again, that's mainly because you don't have, like, insanely amazing last slot options. But we could get some in the future. On top of the fact that Nevilette is not locked to freeze teams. He has a pretty good amount of good non-freeze teams. But now that Stygian Onslaught is the main endgame content and not Abyss, I think it's reasonable to expect that the content people care about is going to last 5-ish rotations in most situations. Right? Like, generally between 5 and 7 rotations, depending on your team. And with that amount of rotations, TTDS uptime tends to be a lot closer to the 50-50 uptime than to the 100% uptime. In Abyss, generally, Abyss breakpoints in Maoika team were low enough that you would generally either kill in 1 rotation, or you would kill in 2 rotations, but you would overkill on the second rotation. So the second rotation having lower damage from not having TTDS didn't actually matter. Right? Which meant that in those teams in Abyss, it wasn't just that Starcaller's Watch wasn't a big upgrade, it actually was not an upgrade at all. TTDS was outright better. In Stygian Onslaught, I don't think that's necessarily the case anymore, because the more rotations you have, obviously, the closer you get to the 50% uptime. And that makes it so that I'd say nowadays Starcaller's Watch pretty much always is better than TTDS. It's just that it's a small enough gap that it's not worth going for compared to other options. But if you have it, you should use it over TTDS. Alright, next question. Is she good for Molani if you have enough Pyro Application or you run Burning? Technically, she can be. And Molani does struggle with not having that many synergistic supports. But she's just one of many options. And I'd say generally she's not one of the best ones. One nice thing, though, is that Molani teams don't have access to too many good defensive utility options. So having a character that provides a shield, even if it's not that big, is kind of nice. Next question. Would ZAJEF be much better if she had faster cryo app? Would having a character with faster app be broken? Yes, CITLALI would be better if she had faster cryo app. Right? If we go back to the GZM stuff, right? And we look at the Maoika teams from earlier. Yeah, this is kind of fake, but if we take a look at the Kaya rotation, CITLALI here is 7k DPS, Kaya here is 6k, pretty much the same. Okay. And when you look at these teams, you get the same artifact sets. You get the same, similar-ish damage from the cryo. The same buffs on the rest of the team. But the Kaya team has faster application, so it gets more melt. So what happens if we pretend like Kaya is CITLALI here, and we just give him the buffs that that CITLALI would have? Right? So we give him the buffs that CITLALI would have. We already have the Cinder City assumed. We will need to add TTDS. attack percent equals 0.24, assuming half uptime. And we will have to assume enemy resistance goes down by 20%. Right? So this is what happens if we are pretending like CITLALI has the same application as Kea. And you would basically gain about 20k DPS on this team. Maybe 0.95 instead. No, it would not. When resistances go negative, it's not that the resistance gets divided by 2. It's that the formula has it divided by 2 in it. The resistance is -10. It's not -5. It's just that in the formula, -10 resistance means times 1.05. Because it's times 1 minus resistance divided by 2. But the resistance itself is still considered -10. Anyways. But yeah, so just one more application at the right time on CITLALI would make your Malika team DPS go up by 20%. So yeah, it's a, well, no, not 20, like 15%. So yeah, it's a pretty, it would be very impactful. That's actually the main reason why on GC Sim, where they still haven't added Aeonson teams yet, the current C0 Malika team that sims the highest is with Escoffier, not with Shilonen. That's because Escoffier's additional cryo app allows you to do the better combos. You mind explaining her early constellations to me? Sure. So. CITLALI's Constellation 1 is kind of weird. It functions fairly similarly to a Shenhe Quill. But the value of the C1 kind of fluctuates a decent amount based on what else you have, because your total amount of EM can vary a lot depending on your build. The, like, bare bones default that you'll get from that C1, I mean, it's a little annoying, but your CITLALI will generally be, if you have C1, on ER, EM, EM, or EM, 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 depending on how good your build quality is. But if you have C1, you're probably going to be on Cinder City for long enough to actually get yourself a set that has enough ER on triple EM. So 187 times 3, 115.2 Ascension, and like 120 from substats on Flower and Feather. So about 800 EM. Which means that your flat damage upgrade is about 1600. You get a total of 10 by default, but every time you trigger Freeze or Melt, you get an additional 3 with an 8-second cooldown. So generally, that's 16 per rotation. There's a flat damage, right? 16 per rotation, 16 times 1600. This is a little weird, because some of these are going to be melted. And some of these won't. Cards. So, default combo on Maoika with CITLALI. Is the C3F, right? And with this one specifically, it's C3 F 4, 5, 10. You only get 13 hits on Maoika, so you don't actually get all of them. And some of them are going to be used up on characters that don't do any damage anyways. So really, you only really have 13. Out of those, you're getting... How many of them end up melting here? Assuming 6, but I'm not certain. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that's not 6. Ooh, it's only 5. Okay, whatever. So 5 of them melt. 8 of them do not. So melted, unmelted. Eight of them do not. Damage percent on Maoika, we already calced earlier, is crit multiplier on Maoika, we also already calced earlier, is this. EM multiplier, again, already calced earlier. And then total is going to be, actually we also have res multiplier. I guess technically I'll be thorough about this. I'll be like completely thorough. EM on CITLALI, 187 times 3, 115.2, around 120. I guess I don't need this. Effective EM melt, effective EM, motion value melt, motion value, effective EM, this times 1 plus damage percent, times crit multiplier, times EM multiplier, times, yeah. Then this, we just don't have the EM multiplier. Motion value melt is 200 times 5. Motion value non-melt is 200 times 8. Damage equal to... No, because the melt is obviously multiplied by 2. So, the total upgrade in damage, although technically, I guess we can assume 11, whatever, is around 250k, which in a in an 18-second rotation is about 14k more DPS. Alright, if we want to check how much sense that makes, alright, 125k, CITLALI C1. 130. Okay. We have a low amount of EM. Oh yeah, that's because we're on like 0 EM. Cooked. Oh no, cooked. EM equal 187. EM equal 187. Yeah. This is kind of fake, but close enough, I guess. Around 135, 136k-ish. And this is with the Arsens. A high investment CITLALI would potentially be able to reach 180 ER on an EM sense if the only stats you really care about are EM and ER. So you can go a little bit higher than that. So a little bit more than 10k, which is pretty reasonable here, right? This is the game from C1 with TDDS. The game from C1 with SIG is obviously going to be bigger because TDDS buffs attack, but Mawika's attack is not taken into account for the damage dealt by CITLALI C1. Whereas the signature buffs damage percent, which is taken into account for the damage dealt by CITLALI C1. On top of that, the signature is a pretty big EM stat stick, but CITLALI's EM doesn't really matter that much at a baseline because she's not doing that much damage. And it only really affects her shield. But C1 makes one of her buffs scale with EM, so having that additional, how much is it, 265 plus 100? Yeah. So having that additional 365 EM, it effectively makes the buff you get from the signature, or from the C1, if you have SIG, go from around less than 15k to over 20k. In other words, C1R1 CITLALI is greater than the sum of its parts. Does that mean it's amazing? I mean, I wouldn't say it's amazing. It's not bad. A support constellation increasing team DPS by about 10% is pretty okay. And when that team is already the team that it has pretty much unequivocally the highest DPS in the game, then it'll feel pretty nice. But honestly, the team's already good enough without it. And then you have C2. And C2 buffs CITLALI's EM, but much more importantly, buffs your on-fielder's EM. And increases the shred. While C1 does make the SIG a bit better, C2 is so much better than C1 or SIG that you should never go C1R1 over C2R0. And this was C1 CITLALI, 135. And then C2 CITLALI, instead of 135, we're at 170. So we got 35k DPS just from that C2 itself. And this is with not fully optimized CITLALI stats. Because took a TTDS build and I gave it C1. So yeah. Just in terms of the like total team DPS provided. Here, right? CITLALI. C2 around 170k. CITLALI C0, Mawika C2 around 185k. Mawika C2 is better than CITLALI C2 for this team, but it's not even that much better. If you're considering vertical investment on Mawika teams, the C1 on CITLALI, if you're planning on stopping there, probably just won't be that worth considering compared to going for more cons or SIG on Mawika. Unless you're already at like C3R1 Mawika. But if you have a solid like 5-star stat stake or like high refined Serpent Spine on your C2 Mawika, and you're willing to go for more than one 5-star pull, and you already have CITLALI, you might see better results from getting C2 CITLALI over getting Mawika's SIG plus another con. Also keep in mind, this is for a team that uses Shilonen. Shilonen already provides a decent amount of shred, which makes it so that the value you get from this is a little bit lower. If you're using a different character, if you're using Escoffier, or mainly if you're using Eon San, you're starting off with less shred, which makes the shred gain from CITLALI even more significant. All in all, I never want someone to like come out of my videos with the impression, oh, I should get this constellation. Like, Genshin is not a game that requires you to get cons to clear content. Technically, now we actually do have content that is only clearable with cons and or SIGs with Dire, and specifically Dire in 180 seconds. But if you don't clear it, you're not missing out on anything, right? You're missing out on skins, sure, but whether you clear it today or you clear it 3 years from now, it's going to be the same skins, and you'll only have them available for the current patch anyways. So you're really not missing out on anything if you don't manage to do it. Which, by the way, I know a lot of people are pissed off that the skins are temporary, but I think that them being temporary, at least to some extent, is actually good, because the pay-to-win FOMO would be really bad if there were significant permanent rewards that you could only end up getting for a limited time. It's not necessarily the best way they could have gone about it, but it's definitely better than like having a skin that you end up unlocking and then eventually changing to a different skin and you can't get that skin anymore. For me. Anyways, the point being though is you don't need constellations for the content that actually gives you rewards that affect gameplay. And so unless all you care, like unless you specifically want to like challenge yourself for your min-maxing of primordial management to get to a Dire clear, there's really not that much of a reason to think about it too much. And like I said, you do not need cons for Fearless or for any other content in the game that actually provides rewards. I also don't want people who do spend money on Genshin to feel like they can't get anything from my videos, which is why I talk about constellations despite not really wanting to. And which is why I've talked a decent amount about CITLALI's constellations. But I really just want to emphasize, as much as I've talked about the constellations, I want you to remember you do not need them. You should only go for constellations if either, one, you're going for cons with just amassed free-to-play Primo Gems, and you know what you're doing, right? You've already weighed the risks of, like, you know, getting unlucky, requiring a lot of pulls to get your cons instead of getting lucky, how many Primos you'll have after that, whether you'll be able to get the characters you like with the leftover Primos you have after that. Or, you do spend money on Genshin and you're in a financial situation that's stable enough that that will not affect the quality of your life outside of the game. Gacha games are really good at making you feel like you have to spend, right? Like they hire people. They fund studies on like on psychology to learn the best ways to trick you into feeling like you have to spend. Right? Like they are good at it, and I don't, as much as possible, I want to fight against that. And I hope that anyone who does end up spending money on this shit game is someone who can afford to do it without affecting the quality of their lives. Please spend responsibly. I just realized how funny it is. The sim was assuming before I changed things, right? Like the default sim. It was assuming. Oh wait, no, I'm an idiot. I thought it was $3.95, but I guess I'm just stupid. Anyways, can there exist a better carry for CITLALI that isn't just Maoika power creep? Well, if you look at Gaming teams with CITLALI, Gaming synergizes with CITLALI much better than Maoika does. Gaming can react every single hit of damage he does, whereas Maoika can only react like 60 to 70% of her pre-reaction multipliers. Right? If you look at the motion value on Maoika, talent level 9 everything. The charge attack hit is 252.8. And then plus 200 times 0.95. That's charge attack. The final hit is 293.9. And then the Q hit is 756.2 plus 200 times 2.7. And the dash is 148.5. Reactable, unreactable, right? You have 2 charge attacks that are reactable, 2 final hits that are reactable, 1 Q, 0 dashes, and unreactable, you have 4 charge attacks, 0 final hits, 0 Qs, 2 dashes. And so the default percentage of her motion value that is reactable is only about 60%. Once it gets reacted, it gets increased. So obviously she ends up dealing more than 60% of her damage as melt damage, right? Because once it gets reacted, right, this is multiplied by 2 from the melt, and then additionally multiplied by your elemental mastery, your multiplier. So let's say around 1.5-ish at 300 EM. Let's see. Which means that the actual percentage of her damage that gets reacted isn't 60%, it's over 80%. But if she could react all of her damage, instead of a total of around 11.5 thousand adjusted motion value, it would be around 15.6 adjusted motion value. 35% higher. What that means here is that they could make a character that does 80% of Maoika's motion value as a pyro carry, but that can react every single thing, every single hit. And it could end up being better than Maoika. It could end up synergizing with CITLALI more than Maoika. Right? If instead of 2,000 unreacted motion value, we had an additional 1,000 reacted motion value, she'd be stronger. Right? That's why, despite Gaming's numbers being a lot worse than Maoika's numbers, he's not actually that far behind in calcs. Because Gaming, unlike Maoika, can react every single hit he does. Characters like Arlecchino actually have an even worse reaction mapping than Maoika does, right? Arlecchino generally generally reacts not about 60% of her base motion value, but rather about a third. She generally reacts 1 every 3 attacks. And generally the first attack is the one that gets reacted, and it has more Bond of Life, but the N1 is also a slightly lower number. So it's pretty close to a third. It's about 35%, right? And when you're reacting about 35% of your damage, the upgrade you get here, instead of having the total motion value, let's change it to percentage of the damage, right? So this divided by sum of this. And then E7. Right? As you can see, from the fact that she can react, Maoika's gaining, is increasing her damage by over 100%, more than double. Arlecchino, that reacts about 35% of her damage instead of 60%, from melt, increases her damage by about 70% instead. It's a lot less. Gaming, who reacts every single hit he does, increases it by 200%, which is way more than either of them. That's why when you look at Gaming's non-reaction teams, right, when you look at Gaming overload teams, it's so goddamn pathetic. It's because Gaming gains way more from melt or vape than pretty much any other pyro carry does. And then Hu Tao is like somewhere in the middle between Maoika and Gaming in terms of how much he gains. Anyways, all of this to say, is it possible for there to be a pyro carry that synergizes with CITLALI better without power creeping Maoika? I mean, it could be, yeah. I don't expect that too soon, though. Maybe if end of Not Cry. But I'm not sure they're gonna want to, right? We're getting into like purely speculation, non-theory crafting territory. If they want to make a character better, they will, right? There's nothing stopping them externally, and there's nothing stopping them in the systems of the game. All they have to do to make a new character stronger than an old one is add zeros to their to the last digit of the numbers until it's just Omega broken power creep. It's really easy to make a broken character that power creeps significantly, right? The question isn't can they do it, it's do they want to do it? And personally, I don't expect them to actually power creep Maoika because she's an Archon. We have had Archons getting, like, quote-unquote power crept. But when you look at the carry Archons we have, I say carry Archons, but, like, it's just right in. And you look at Electro character releases, Raiden didn't really have a, like, actual proper upgrade, direct upgrade to her until Climbed, right? Which was mid to late 4.x. When Raiden was released in 2.1, right? It took all of Inazuma, all of Sumeru, and most of Fontaine for them to directly power creep the Archon. And even then, Raiden still sees play in Hyperbloom teams because of her skill. I honestly kind of expect something similar with Maoika, where I don't think we'll get direct power creep to her as a carry until late Naznaya. Right? Or at the earliest, very late Nodcry. And once we do, Maoika will probably still see some play as, like, the last slot in maybe a Chevaleur's team for Electro carry. Or as your Pyro enabler for a Melt carry, or for a Vape carry. But at the end of the day, this is all speculation, right? If they want to make a carry tomorrow that power creeps Maoika, all they have to do is release Marlikino, which is just Arlecchino, but instead of the Bond of Life numbers being 238%, right? They gave her a nice soul bar, and they give her Fighting Spirit, and when she uses her charge attack, she consumes her Fighting Spirit to increase this by up to double. Bam! You've made Marlikino, and Marlikino is just significantly stronger than Maoika. They don't even have to really, like, actually design a new character. Just increase the numbers on a character and bam, power cut Maoika. Easy clap. And so, whether you ask a theory crafter or a casual player, your answer will have pretty much the same reliability. Because it's not something that's dictated by the systems. It's just, does Hoyo want to or not? Anyways. I will say, right, just like Raiden, Maoika has the upside of seeing some play in teams where she's not the main carry, which means that she'll probably have a little bit more longevity. Counter-argument to that is Just like we have sus leaks of Alice being a melt carry in like 6.6-ish, we also have sus leaks of Durin being a pyro support in 6.3. And if that is the case, maybe Maoika gets replaced in her support teams before she gets replaced in her carry teams. Is it 6.1? Whatever. Doesn't matter when. Anyways, this is not an ZAJEF Maoika, it's an ZAJEF CITLALI, so I think that's enough Maoika questions. Let's move on. Next question. How about the other way around for CITLALI? I mean, it's the same thing, right? I'll be completely honest. Right now, my expectation, assuming that the leak of Alice Nicole being pyro carry and cryo support for melt is true, I am currently expecting a child channeling situation where a good portion of the team DPS is done by the cryo support. And Alice doesn't have good enough numbers in like dedicated melt with CITLALI to be better than Maoika. And Nicole has good numbers, but the support is bad enough that if you play Nicole with Maoika, it's worse than CITLALI. Basically, I expect the duo of Alice Nicole to be fairly similar in power to Maoika CITLALI, but I don't expect Maoika to work well with Nicole or CITLALI to work well with Alice. Because I feel like it wouldn't make that much sense for them to release overlapping characters when there's still design space available for good off-field cryo damage dealers. Right? We don't have one of those right now. Escaffier, okay, that are designed for melt. That was the implication here, right? Like, Escaffier in melt teams doesn't do any damage. She's not an off-field damage dealer, she's an off-field applicator. Rev Melt Escaffier is not very good. Alright, next question. I often see fairly good players lose their cryo aura and melt after a few hits. How many melts do you need to be getting in Arlecchino/Maoika teams to justify running it over Vape? Okay. In Maoika, you always want to run melt over Vape. In Arlecchino, you kind of also always want to run melt over Vape, but that's just because Hydro supports for Arlecchino teams are kind of ass. Right? Arlecchino doesn't react enough of her damage to gain a very large amount from Vape, right? Like, here, when we looked at it, we said 70% from Melt, but that's kind of fake, because you're better off using attack sends and EM sends in those teams. So it wouldn't be 1.5, it would be closer to like 1.2 increase, right? So that 35 base. So the melt is like about a 50% upgrade, and Vape is closer to like a 28% upgrade. What that means is that your like reaction enabler, if all they're doing is enabling reactions, it's not enough. CITLALI is still good in Arlecchino teams because the enabling reactions is a cherry on top. She's also a great buffer. She's buffing your attack percent with TDS, she's buffing your damage percent with Cinder City, and she's shredding defense. Or, sorry, shredding resistances. Your Hydro supports in Arlecchino teams don't do that shit, right? You can use, like, Yelan, you get, like, upwards of 30% damage, and maybe you do Noblesse Yulon, ooh, 20% attack, no shred, it's not ideal, right? And because Arlecchino can't heal, her synergy with Farina's pretty ass, too. And so, Arlecchino doesn't really gain that much from the Vapes. To the point where generally, teams that have stronger buffers tend to perform better than teams that have Vapes. Technically, you can do some Malika combos that weave in charge attacks in Vape teams that do end up slightly better than the non-Vape teams, but most people just don't play like that practically. And it's kind of unreliable because your application can get a little sus if you increase your pyro application through charge attacks, right? But if you look at the Arlecchino teams, right, when you look at the ones that sim the highest, you've got some freeze teams and some chivalrous teams. Then you have cheat Petra Vape, right, which is kind of fake. But even this, right, this rotation involves charge attacks, and it literally has a weight. You have a weight in your default rotation, and if you don't do the weight, you start losing team DPS. And that's assuming everything goes right, but you're playing a team where you have single target application only, so in AoE, anything other than your main target is a lot worse, and where it's actually pretty easy to end up losing your aura somehow. When you look at the non-scam teams for Vape Arlecchino, let's just have Yulon here and skip to the first team that doesn't use charge attacks. N3C, 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 oh, N1C, N3C. Is this normal attack spam? I think it might be. But that's Petra Bennett, which is fake as hell. This is N2C. It's a fake team. They didn't say it in the thing, in the description, but it is charge attack. Okay, this is N3D. But it's meld. It's using CITLALI. That's not real. Okay. N3C. Okay, this has one N3C, but it's not actually N3C spam. The C is just to claim the bond of life, and it's mostly N5D. It's probably slightly sus rotations. But sure, that's good enough. Alright, and this one's at 85k. Which is pretty far behind that 100k-ish that you'll see in the good CITLALI and chivalrous teams. What was the question again? I forgot. Oh yeah, right. When you're playing Melt Arlecchino, if you end up losing your aura, generally, even if you fuck up your setup, you still get at least 2 melts on Arlecchino. Because the first melt is guaranteed, and it's really easy to reapply cryo after the first melt. But the first melt that like actually has a real possibility of missing, whether it's because your cryo application timing is off or because your Arlecchino attacks are a bit too slow so your ICD reset, is going to be the third one. If you only get 2 melts on Arlecchino, on a team that is using some reactions, but isn't built fully for like EM and all that, right? With pretty average default like Bennett, Shilonen, CITLALI team. Instead of gaining 50% from melts, well, you end up only getting about a third of these, so 12. You know, getting 17 instead of 50, and 117 by 149. You end up losing about 20% of your DPS, which is not good, obviously. But doing 80% of your actual DPS in practice isn't that unplayable. What about Maoika? Well, Maoika actually does build EM because she reacts enough of her damage to justify it. Right? So by default, she increases her damage by around 120% from the melts. If we fuck things up here, an idiot. If you fuck things up but you realize it early, you'll change your combo. But if you end up melting your burst but fucking up and not melting any of your charge stack hits, but you do the exact same combo, you lose about a third of your DPS, which is quite a bit. If you realize it early, though, instead of doing the melt combo, you'll just do a non-reaction combo, which has more total motion value. And so, instead of 8 total hits, you'll have a total of 9 total hits, and they'll all be here. And then you'll have a total of 4 dashes as well. So you lose about 25% instead of about a third. It's still a pretty big number, right? Like, it's still over a quarter of your damage you're losing out on, but it's not completely cooked. Anyways, next question. I have Skirk Premium, VARESA, Charling Overload. Should I get CITLALI for Arlecchino as a third team? Or wait for Non-Cry and play with Hyperloom / Arlecchino random teams until then? I mean, it's up to you. If you got CITLALI for Arlecchino right now, you would have 3 strong meta teams. But like, with what you have right now, for next stage and Onslaught, Skirk Premium on Turtle, VARESA on Papilla, you're left with Cactus. Arlecchino ain't doing shit there. So you'd rather use an Outcry character. You'd rather get Inefa for that, right? Maybe you can do Overload VARESA against the Cactus, and then use Arlecchino for Papilla, but that will not be good. Oh boy. Also have Kanich, then you'd use Kanich on Papilla then. And CITLALI would be benched entirely. getting CITLALI could be useful, but in the short term, next stage in Onslaught, CITLALI won't help you. And in the medium term, if Hoyo keeps up the power creep trend, you'll probably have better options as well. So if the main deciding factor for you is meta relevance, then CITLALI is probably not worth getting for you. But also, your Twitch username is Arlecchino's Pulse, so maybe you don't care that much and you just want to get the strongest Arlecchino team. And if you're someone who really likes Arlecchino and wants to get Arlecchino's strongest team, including constellations, Arlecchino's teams outside of Melt do not scale well with constellations right now. The best Overload Arlecchino team uses only 4 stars. The best Vape Arlecchino teams technically can have constellations on like Shilonen, but they're a lot worse than constellations on CITLALI. No cons? Yeah, in that case, disregard that. C2R1 Arlecchino, I need the CITLALI girl even if I don't like her. Okay, one thing I'll say, no you don't. CITLALI is good for Arlecchino, and CITLALI is good for vertical investment Arlecchino, but if you're not planning on getting CITLALI plus constellations on CITLALI, it's not that insane of a difference between the CITLALI teams and the other ones with C2R1 Arlecchino. If you're planning on getting multiple more 5-star pulls for your Arlecchino team, then getting CITLALI and her C2 could be something to consider. But that's a lot, right? And just in terms of direct upgrade to your team, getting C3 Arlecchino in your current teams will probably be stronger than getting C2 Arlecchino with CITLALI. Unless your current team is complete dog shit. Asking for someone else who had to leave, can you explain Arlecchino CITLALI combos, and is it ping dependent at all? So yes, every single CITLALI combo is ping dependent. That being said, I think people often overestimate the impact of ping in combos. The reason why the combos are ping reliant is because your application timing on CITLALI happens after using her abilities. After using CITLALI's abilities, you swap to your carry, but swapping to a different character is one of the actions that gets delayed by ping. That means that if your ping is higher, you'll end up having a forced additional delay before you can swap to your character. If your ping is high enough, it can actually make it impossible for certain setups. The most obvious impact of that is that on exactly 0 ping, and I think it's also possible if you're below 16 ping, and frame perfectly possible between 16 and 33, but at like really, really low ping, you can go from CITLALI to Mawika and have Mawika's burst hit the enemy right before CITLALI's second cryo application. In practice, this pretty much never happens. I'm not going to be able to replicate it because it is what it is. But I just want to show you guys what I mean. right? You can end up getting a cryo application pretty much on the same frame as your burst. And that allows you to immediately do a charge attack before your first, like, actual expected cryo application, which effectively allows you to get one more melt, right? Because here, I'm not going to get that cryo app early enough, but I'll do the charge attack as early as possible, and you'll notice I will apply pyro before the cryo ends up happening, right? That's why, generally, people often end up waiting on CITLALI a little bit. Right? You can see I end up getting the pyro before cryo hits. But it's technically possible with 0 ping. To get that Mawika burst early enough that it's before one of CITLALI's cryo hits. Anyways. Because it's practically almost impossible, this one doesn't really matter too much. But on Arlecchino, it does. Because swapping to Arlecchino and using your charge attack takes less time than swapping to Mawika and using your burst. Arlecchino's charge attack animation is much faster than Mawika's burst animation. We'll let the mark cook. Actually, I guess we don't need to let the mark cook, but whatever. Did I... As you can see, I can get the charge attack to hit before an application, and that gets me one more. Oh, I fucked up, right? Kind of fucked it up there, though. See? Actually, I think we end up getting 2 more here, because you have a lot of applications in quick succession when you CITLALI burst. I fucked it up there. It's harsh. There we go. Oh, I ended up losing my aura because I didn't let it cook. Or I ended up losing my power infusion because I didn't let it cook. But as you can see, right? With good timing, you can end up getting your first and your second melt from those cryo applications that happen during Mawika's burst. But if you're just a little bit late, here I was a little bit late on the charge attack, which meant that my charge attack hit after that first application, and then I didn't have the cryo for the normal attack. I'll do the same thing here. I won't be late on the charge attack, but I'll be a little bit late on the normal attack. I wasn't late enough. And here, because I was a little bit late on the normal attack, I ended up getting my second additional cryo application. Between my first and my second melt. Let's open paint. Let's build a timeline of events, right? So, use CITLALI's burst. Oops. Use CITLALI's burst. The burst itself applies a cryo aura. Then, after a little bit, you get the first skill hit, then the burst explosion, then the first, or then the second skill hit. Well, it's the third skill hit, but it's the second application from skill. What you do with Arlecchino is you want to swap and use your charge attack here, then your normal attack here, but then you need to get the next normal attack before this one. You need to get it like here. And then this timing stays the same on each of your attacks. And the timing for the off-field skill application, right? You don't have this additional hit from the burst explosion anymore. So it's now just this. It keeps happening like this. And it keeps happening like this. And so despite the fact that your cryo application is a little bit slower than your pyro app, because of the specific way they line up, because you end up reacting right before an application at the start, your pyro application is effectively catching up to your cryo application, but because it's starting a decent amount behind, it takes quite a few attacks for it to catch up, and you end up getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 melts before it does catch up. Sam, please save us. True! And so, if we properly do the full string, this time I'll let it cook long enough that I don't run out. Right, and as you can see, I end up getting my 6 melted normal attacks, and if I tried to go for a 7th one, that 7th one ends up happening before the next cryo hit. So this is pretty much exactly what's happening with our application. But if your start is a little delayed, like this, 2 pyro applications in a row, doomed! Doomed completely! Even if it's only delayed a little bit, because it delays your whole thing, it's enough to end up with 2 applications here. So you'll still get your first 2 normal attack melts, but the third one happens too early. This is why, by the way, I said that generally, you'll be fine getting your first 2 melts. The first one that is often gonna not melt is the third one. Now, because of this application timing, it means that if you have a little bit of ping, you can end up in a situation where no matter what you do, it will get delayed. And in that case, what you want to do is give up on the charge attack. If you dash cancel your charge attack, not only do you get one less application, which makes things easier to time, but it's also a little bit faster to do charge attack into cancel than it is to let the full charge attack go through. Which means that even if you get delayed on this whole thing by ping a little bit, right? It gets a little bit delayed by ping. Oh no, we're cooked. 2 pyro applications in a row. It gets brought back from the slightly faster animation of canceling the charge attack. Here, obviously I didn't let it cook though. I'm not sure exactly what the ping breakpoint is because there's also some input error, right? You can't buffer a charge attack after a swap. You have to start inputting your charge attack after the swap registers, otherwise the charge attack won't go through. So there's player error that can get added, right? I've seen people getting the combos on 80 ping. I don't think I'd be able to get it on 80 ping. But even on my main account, on 16 ping on NA when I play Arlecchino, I generally don't bother reacting to charge attack. Because you don't lose that much damage if you miss it, unless you're on signature. And even on signature, you can start, like, open your rotation and then finish your rotation with a charge attack. Instead of doing it after your setup. Like, you can do it before your setup to get the Bond of Life from the signature. Yeah, and then on really high ping, you can actually end up with so much ping that your dash cancel isn't enough to make up for the time lost anymore. At which point you have to start introducing a wait into your rotation to wait for the cryo aura to come back. Or just play a different team. Whether it's double cryo or a cryo other than CITLALI. Isn't it better to use double cryo with CITLALI compared to using Shilonen? I think right now it is because Escaffi is kind of too good. And Shilonen's kind of ass. I'm actually kind of curious what the Escaffi setup ends up melting. If it melts more. Melts charge attack. And 1, and 1, and 1, and 1, and 1, and 1, and 2. Yeah. It ends up melting one more hit here, because they're, like, intentionally delaying the attack so that the last hit ends up getting melted from time rule reset, right? Because you have the first N1, and the second N1, third, fourth, fifth, sixth N1, but then the N2, you do the N2, and then you do the N3, but the N3 melts because you waited a little bit here, right? Because of this wait input, you end up getting one more melt. Right, because you end up hitting 0.2 seconds later. I guess you're waiting for longer than 0.2 seconds, though. But still. Oh, well. Right. Next question. You said a while back that CITLALI has a bigger impact than Maoika in terms of power creeping the game. Do you still think so? I'm not sure anymore. I think I did not expect Oyo to give us supports that do more damage, or that give us more damage than Shilonen does in Maoika teams that are also Night Soul characters. Like, Eon-san kind of took me by surprise there. Although, to be fair, even if it hadn't been for that, I think at the time I was underestimating the, like, other cryo options for Maoika. I think they turned out to be a little bit better than I expected them to be. And also, I did not expect them to follow CITLALI's release with another support character that does even more than CITLALI does. Yeah, the main reason why I viewed CITLALI as positively as I did back then is because I expected that if they ended up making a support character that is a better option than Shilonen in the Maoika teams, I expected it not to be a Natlan character. And so I expected CITLALI to effectively become necessary if you wanted to use that new support, right? But since that wasn't the case, I think it's reasonable to say that Maoika ended up being more impactful than CITLALI. Could change though, right? As much as Eon-san is better than Shilonen DPS-wise, she's often less comfortable to play, so a lot of people still don't use her over Shilonen. And she's still not that amazing, right? Eon-san is pretty redundant with the buffs you get from Bennett. What really makes sense in a Maoika team's last slot is an EM buffer, not an attack buffer. But right now, we don't have good EM buffers that also synergize well with the teams. Right? The best EM buffer we have for Maoika is Sucrose, and the Sucrose teams actually sim pretty much the same as the Shilonen teams. But in practice, they're sus as hell, right? And then you can use Diona, but Diona's just not a very good character overall. If we ever get a support on the same level as CITLALI, Escoffier, that's focused on buffing EM, it is going to retroactively make CITLALI much better unless they're a Natlan character. Although I suppose at that point, maybe you could just use Yansan instead of Bennett instead, and still not be reliant on CITLALI. But oh well. Isn't CITLALI more quality of life than any other cryo? Kind of, but I think quality of life matters a lot less in Siege and Onslaught than it does in Abyss. For multiple reasons, right? One, Onslaught is always single target. There might be boss mechanics that have pseudo AoE, or like the mini tulpas, but the actual boss itself, I don't expect to ever be AoE. Perhaps we'll get like the Twin Vishaps boss, but that'll be the closest thing to AoE we'll get, right? So AoE, which is a pretty major quality of life factor, doesn't matter very much in Siege and Onslaught. Defensive utility is nice, but with the DPS requirements being much higher in Siege and Onslaught than in Abyss, and with Siege and Onslaught being something that doesn't have two halves, it has only one enemy at a time, right? So you can go for your one enemy until you have a good run. I think it's easier to justify resetting until you end up playing well enough. I think it feels much better to reset after a death in Siege and Onslaught than it does to reset after bad grouping RNG in Abyss. So defensive utility, I think, also matters a decent amount less in Siege and Onslaught. I think the main form of quality of life that actually matters in Siege and Onslaught is lower reliance on burst. Or really good energy generation. I guess in some sense you could say that CITLALI's fine for that, since she doesn't rely on her own stats for what she provides to the team unless you have cons. So you can just build a fuck ton of ER on her. But oh well, it is what it is. Is CITLALI still the best support for Chaska? CITLALI is still a good support for Chaska, but Chaska is getting more and more options to her teams. So it's I'd say that at this point, I don't think there's any one Chaska team that's like significantly better than the others anymore. You could make the argument that right now, Mawika is the most important support for Chaska's teams. Even more so than Bennett. But I don't know if that'll still be the case once Inefa comes out. But no, I don't think CITLALI is all that important for Chaska's teams. Next question. Can I just have CITLALI on level 70, no talent levels, artifacts with just ER and level 1 R5 TTDS and be just fine? Yeah, no problem with that. As long as you have enough ER, her stats don't really matter unless you get cons. Alright, if we go back to that sim, for the Maoika, right? We take the... Take this default one, right? We remove every single stat other than ER. We give her talents level 1. Level 1 out of 20 TTDS. Level 70 out of 70. Team is at 120k instead of 125k. It's barely a difference. And usually, even if you're not trying to, you'll end up getting like at least half of that damage back just from shit artifacts, just because they're leveled. Alright, next question. Who do you think has the better pull value, CITLALI or Xilonen? I think it heavily depends on what the rest of your account looks like. I think there's more accounts that will benefit from CITLALI over Xilonen because of how popular Maoika is. Not because people like her, just because she's good. But for people that don't have Maoika, I think a lot of them will benefit more from Xilonen than CITLALI. Next question. How much better does Yoimiya become with CITLALI compared to Lila/other shielders? So the main thing that CITLALI provides is application, which other cryo characters generally often do as well, and buffs. Buffs get proportionally bigger the stronger your carry is, which means that for weaker carries, CITLALI is often not better than using off-fielders that do damage. I'm actually kind of curious if anyone has simmed Yoimiya CITLALI. There are some sims. Okay. The highest one is Maoika does 57% of the team DPS, even though she only presses Q. So I don't know if we can count this one. This one I'd say we could count. So it's probably this one, right? It's at around 70k. If you look at Yoimiya's other teams for C0 stuff, we got 77k on this one, which is kind of 50-50, like dual carry Maoika Yoimiya. I don't know if you really want to count that. This one, 72k with Yoimiya. Okay-ish carry, I guess. But, wait, is this the smart one or the stupid one? This is the stupid one. Okay, it's 74k when you go EM Sends. 73 point something, but it's higher. Yeah, EM Sends is higher than attack Sends in this team. Because Overload out-damages Yoimiya's kit. Ah! It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. Everything, it's fine. 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 Anyways. To answer your question, like, seriously, for, like, actual Yoimiya carry, CITLALI is pretty good. If you're someone who really, really likes Yoimiya, you end up going for a signature, maybe early cons, not C6, because C6 fucking ruins Melt as a concept, but you will likely see better results from double cryo Melt Yoimiya over Vape Yoimiya for your Yoimiya personal damage. And the personal damage will also be better than what you'll see in Javar's teams. If you want Yoimiya to be the main source of damage, you can consider CITLALI, yeah. But don't expect it to be anywhere close to actual meta teams. Because you'll be disappointed. Next question. How good is CITLALI with signature for Neuvillette? I mean, it's alright. Neuvillette's current best team does use CITLALI. And signature is better than Fav in this team. But, like, it's a lot worse for your team than getting Neuvillette C1 or R1 or Farina's C1 or actually probably R1 on Farina is better as well. Maybe not. Maybe R1 on Farina isn't better. Neuvillette C2, Neuvillette C3. Those are probably all better than getting CITLALI's Sig. Because, like, people often forget, these teams have ER requirements. They really do, right? And so, if you lose the Fav on CITLALI, you're going to need a decent amount more ER on all your characters, which is going to make you lose some stats, right? So, for your Neuvillette, right? You'll have about maybe 20% higher ER requirements, maybe even more than that. Let's say we lose 20% HP because of that. For your Farina, also, let's say we lose 20% HP because of that. For your Escoffier, it's even worse because she's getting batteried. So we might actually just outright need an ER Sands, which means we'd lose the attack Sands. I suppose we could get a little bit of attack percent on the ER Sands. Maybe up to 20%, sure. And then we add hydro percent equals 0.28. To both of these. Cryo percent equals 0.28. Alright. And your team DPS here goes up by like 2%. Alright. It 28% damage sounds good, but people very often forget that you actually do need a little bit of ER on these characters, and the Fav here on CITLALI isn't just helping Escoffier ER, it's also helping Farina and Neuvillette, right? Without the Fav, I don't know. I'll just use random ass weapon. Big energy problems. Big energy problems. We need to add some ER for it. Oh yeah, also, for war, it's not a buff to the full team, it's only to Nevilette's damage. Yeah, honestly, yeah. It's not that good in these teams. Like, it's not bad. If you have it, it's generally going to be slightly better than Fav, but it's not worth using over... Like, it's not worth pulling for. Over literally anything else that could upgrade the team. Anyways, next question. How far behind her Sig is Wandering Evenstar R5? We can take a look at that, right? In these teams, oops. Alright, this was Sig, right? I think. Yeah. Wandering Evenstar R5. We're gonna add some flat attack. I forgot the numbers on it. It's 48% times 30%, so 48% times 30% of the about 800 EM you'll have. So it's a little bit behind Sig. It's also behind TDDS. No, you have a little bit more than 800. I'm an idiot. You have about 1,000. But still. A little bit worse than TDDS. A lot worse than TDDS first rotation. But... it can end up being slightly better than TDDS with the C1, if you have that. There are also going to be situations where Wandering Evenstar is buffing more than one character, such as current Tolpa. A lot of people played Arlecchino, Bennett, Mawika, CITLALI against current Tolpa. In a team like that, the fact that Wandering Evenstar buffs both actually does make it better than TDDS. All in all, it's not that far behind Sig, but it is behind. Next question. Is 2M usable on her? Yesn't. Let's talk about CITLALI energy requirements. She'll have an energy sheet somewhere. There we go. So, energy cost refund. ER. So, yeah, so it depends on the team. The main factor that changes whether TOM can work on her or not is how reliant you are on Cinder City energy refund to get your burst. Cinder City is always more damage than TOM, but Cinder City is not only usable on CITLALI, and it doesn't stack, so if you have someone else on Cinder City, you might need CITLALI on a different artifact set. Most of the time, you're better off using that different character on a different artifact set instead of changing the artifact set on CITLALI. Because CITLALI is reliant on the energy generation from Cinder City, and a lot of the other Natlan supports are not, such as Shilonen. But if your other Natlan support is Ion-san, for example, or if you're fighting Tulpa, which is an enemy that doesn't have... that doesn't allow you to get Pyro Cinder City. Although against Tulpa specifically, you also don't need burst, so but still. Let's talk about energy. So CITLALI's skill generates 5 particles, and she's basically always catching those particles herself, right? In the default Bennett, Malika, Shilonen, CITLALI team, you don't have another cryo character generating particles. You have 3 other characters generating non-cryo particles. Most of the time, your rotation in that team is gonna have Malika first, then either Bennett or Shilonen, then the other one. I'm actually not sure what GCSIM uses as the default rotation. It might talk to Bennett first, but it also might not. I'm actually curious. I never checked. Malika, Bennett, yeah. It's Bennett before Shilonen. Okay. So, this specific order generally leads to CITLALI only caching her own particles, not being the recipient of other characters' particles. Technically, you can catch Shilonen's particles on her if you E and then do the 2 normal attacks and then immediately swap. But then it's hard to pick up the Petra Crystal if you have Petra Shilonen. I think most people just don't swap fast enough to do that. So, she doesn't catch any particles from anyone else. Then you have the Bennett particles, the Malika particles, and the Shilonen particles. You have clear particles generated, but none of them are getting generated while CITLALI is on field. You get 2 to 3 particles from enemy HP thresholds, and then 3 particles from Shilonen's Fav weapon, if she's on Fav. Which means that with no additional with no additional energy generation, your ER requirements are at around 220. That is hard to reach, but achievable, technically. However, if you have Shilonen on Peak Patrol instead of Fav, your ER requirements are now at 250. The Sands gives about 50, and CITLALI doesn't have ER Ascension like a character like Mona does. Which means, in order to reach 250, you need 25% energy recharge average on all your artifacts, other than the Sands that can't have ER substat, right? Flower, Feather, Goblet, and Circlet, ER, added together, needs to be 100%. You don't have that. I don't have that. Most people don't have that. I don't think I have that even offset, let alone onset on a TOM. $217 though? 220-ish, right? Yeah, that's 70. That's actually less than 20 on HPs. That is actually reachable. if you are on Peak Patrol Shilonen. Nice thing is that if you go Cinder City on CITLALI, she refunds a lot of energy. 3 Natlan character, that means your Night Soul burst cooldown is 9 seconds, so you'll get 2 of them on each rotation. And then Shilonen's passive triggers an additional Night Soul burst after her skill. So that's 3 Night Soul bursts, each of which restores 6 energy from the Cinder City 2-piece, which makes her ER requirements 175, which is ER Sands and a couple stat, and like ER Sands plus like 1 ER roll on each stat, and you're fine. Really easy to reach. Even on Peak Patrol Shilonen. On 5 Shilonen, that's ER Sands and that's it. Generally, TOM, or I guess Instructor as well, CITLALI, is something that is technically usable, but that I incredibly rarely recommend in practice. Right now, my CITLALI is on Instructor because Tulpa doesn't need you to use Burst. Right? And so the fact that my energy is cooked on Instructor isn't the end of the world, because if I don't have Burst, then I just don't use it. Who cares? But against any actual enemy, any enemy that doesn't have an innate aura that already allows your Mawika to react, any enemy where the cryo application matters, you need the ER to burst, and so you need Cinder City in a lot of these cases. When you look at the Sims, Cinder City, 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 Cinder City. Yeah, you get the idea. Eonsan isn't in the sim yet, and Eonsan is one of the teams where you already have someone else that also wants Cinder City for energy, which can make it more difficult to find the set you want on CITLALI. So once Eonsan gets added, there'll probably be some more sims that use either Instructor or TOM. But you need really good ER rolls in a lot of them. Anyways, I'll be right back, chat. I'm back. Alright. Next question. CITLALI's value with Nalcry character speculation. We've already kind of done that. Everyone's just asking questions that we already answered. Between CITLALI and Inefa, who would benefit my account with Neuvillette and Arlecchino? Neuvillette, Freezer, Taser, Arlecchino, Overvape, or Melt? That's a good question. I think it just depends on what your other side looks like. Like, for example, right? Assuming you currently have this, right? You have Escoffier, you have Chevreuse C6, Official C6, right? Getting CITLALI could improve your Escoffier team here. But if you also have Shilone and Kazuha, well, the Freeze Neuvillette team is better. It's not an insane amount better. And for your Arlecchino team, if you already have C6 Chevreuse and Fischl, well, getting CITLALI might not even be an upgrade. But if you don't, then CITLALI could be bigger. So it kind of just depends on what other characters you have. Right? I'd say that both Overvape Arlecchino team compared to Melt Arlecchino, right, with Inefa, and here using Inefa instead of Kazuha versus Freeze. Like, the best one of the pulls is going to be the one that allows you to have the strongest other side, basically. I'd lean a little bit more towards CITLALI by default because of the Inefa nerfs, though. But if you're also planning on getting other Nogpie characters, maybe some of them will want Inefa as well. So, I don't know. Anyways, that is going to be it for the Ask ZAJEF CITLALI. I hope you learned a thing or two. I hope you enjoyed. As usual, do all the good old YouTube stuff. Leave a like, comment, subscribe. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Should we do voice lines? Oh. I feel like the voice is going to be a little too high. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Okay. This will be fine. I should go to my sound settings and make my
Hey, what's up guys? Welcome to my child's guide. So I've gotten so many requests for this and comments.
Alright, I needed to have some sound going on Chrome so I could path it to the right thing. Should be on aux input. Right? Yeah. Okay. Now it's not getting recorded to the VOD. Then I also need to go to the volume mixer and turn it down a little bit so it doesn't break you guys' ears. Okay. That seems fairly loud still, actually. But too bad. Get. No, it's get to work. No, I can't do it, man. It's Fulfill. No. Oh, I can't do it. I can't do it. Show no mercy. Like, ah. CITLALI, it's Papa. Get him. No. It's not. It's nah. I can't do this one. This voice ain't working out. Sorry. Not happening. Not happening. Not happening at all. Nope. Bye-bye. Nope. 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 It's good, keep going. Nope. 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 Oh, man. What the fuck? Alright. Dude, okay. Wait, what was that weapon? Okay. Oh, it's because it was on the weapon skin. I see. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, right. Okay. Okay, I got clickbaited by C0 Skirk. But it's C0 R1 Skirk with R1 Escoffier and C3 Farina. I see. I see. Hmm. Editors know? Yeah, I'll do that. Recorded. CITLALI asks the Jeff. What now? How does Maika Yansan Oron Traverse compare to Versa Overload with Maika gameplay and strength wise? It's not that much worse, honestly. But it is a bit worse. What is the best VARESA team for Lava Dragon? Depends on your breakpoints. The best Lava Dragon VARESA team for Dire VARESA for me is Fianson, Chevreuse, Bennett. The best one for Fearless for me is Fianson, Chevreuse, Channeling. I think it's generally between the two. Is Dire clearable without R1 and VARESA? Yep. It is. Do you think Stygian Papilla is possible with something like a Skirk team? I'm not sure, honestly. I think Skirk is going to struggle because she doesn't carry over any of her damage through the shield. She does have a lot of app though, so maybe. I don't know. I didn't realize that ZAJEF can't perma-glide like Auron can. That's crazy. Auron can't either? They patched it? What do you mean? What is bro yapping about? Oh. I got distracted. The stamina thing? He goes lower? I mean, yeah, that's just because I'm not inputting it well enough. And we watch this, it's so peak, I promise it's not a horse video.
It's too tight. There we go.
Limbo clips out of context. You guys want to watch some Limbo clips? Make fun of Limbo? You saw this video? No, you didn't.
Bro, my hole is too tight. There we go. I couldn't put it in the straw. Hole is too tight. Alright, chat, it is time for the take my meat. Pause. Oh my god, show me balls. I cannot show balls. I'll get banned. Wait, is penis still there? Hold on. I liked penis. No! Ah! I actually just got boned so hard. Not yet. I'm close. Let me finish. Like, hey, what's going on, guys? Today we're gonna be glorping our shit. I don't want to do that. Mr. Penis.
Why not? Limbo?
Mr. Penis. I'm
He's
just
still less sus than Nick clips with context. You're so right.
getting my butt cheeks wombo comboed. What's that fucking restaurant where they have to like spank you every time you go?
Wait,
Goog. Every time you go.
what was that?
Alright.
I wasn't paying attention. Throw me to the wolves and I'll come back a father. Oh.
Alright.
Okay.
Goog. Goog. You where? I wasn't looking at balls and I'm not gonna share balls. No balls. No balls. No chat. No balls. Hey, it's sucking on that guy too. Wait. I know it's weird to have a small degree of stage fright as a streamer, but I would copulate with that goblet. What is that? What does copulate mean? There she is. Kirara, hi. Cat girl. Cat girls bring good luck, chat. Proven by this. Silly churl Billy Churl, silly Billy Hilly Churl. Wait. Woo!
True.
Oh, that was rough. Okay, true. Okay, we're good. I think it's fine. French is only a slur when it's French Canadian. Oh. So like Zajef. I did feel pretty betrayed when I found out Zajef was a French Canadian. I'm not a feed enjoyer, but $50 is $50. I'll hate them with chair, so true. Which one do you want to sit on more? I'm sorry.
Ow, 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 ow.
What's your definition of normal? Not talking about getting blasted by Nouvelette. Ow!
That hurted. I'm telling mommy.
Hi, I came in from the feet tag and was wondering where is the feet cam. I feel offended that you would use the tag and not have your grippers out. There are many great streamer with their dogs out. I don't need to see some dwarf guy with no feet cam while browsing the feet tag. SMH.
Why did you come juice this? My Just somebody has a script made by Paradu who is secretly smart, and he's
I don't want to ruin my image of Limbo anymore. I'll be right back. Top. God, can I get a top? All right. What now, chat? Dolls? Put the dolls in the bag? Okay. Difficult one today, huh? Mower. Joker. Ah, fuck, chat. Foyer. No! Gopher? Gopher. Damn. Cooked. Cooked. Oh my, I think that's my second loss ever. Shit, dude. What the fuck is a gopher? It's like an underling. Or no, it's like... Gopher is an animal? Isn't that... Isn't it... I thought it was also like like a pushover underling guy. Yeah, a person who runs errands. Yeah. Is it also an animal? Gopher, animal. No, you're talking about a gopher with PH. The fuck is jotting? What? Notes? Chief? Okay, I don't think it's chief. I think this is vent. Skirt. What the? Like a remake that might elicit a meow. Huh? What? Skyfall singer, Adele. Positive RSVPs, yeses. Vacay. Okay, dude. Titles. Dies. Avoid. Evade. What's RSVP? Actually, what does RSVP stand for? Okay, it is French! Okay, it is French! I thought it was, yeah, okay, it's French. Okay. I never questioned why they say RSVP in English, too. But yeah, it is French. It stands for, réponse, s'il vous plaît. Which is basically, like, response please, or respond please. Little bro asking me a question in French as if that's gonna get me to answer. Good one, buddy. Let's do the angle. Okay. Okay, that's a good one, I think. Alright. So here, be the 90. This is a nice little, like, 135-ish. But I don't think it's gonna be exactly 135. I think it's lower or higher than 135. I think it's a little bit lower. I'll try 132. Fuck. 126. 124. Damn! It's a lot lower than I thought. That's a lot lower than I thought. My goodness. Let's do it again, chisel. Okay, yeah. No. Oh, 1.0. Leah 1.0. Wing. Oh, Oppa! Only by adhering to the law can the people solve life's myriad of problems. Fucking. I'm not sure what this is. I'm getting cryo vibes. Oh, that's cool, eh? Damn. A controller. What? What? Who's like... related to games? I guess how is 8-bit? Maybe it's Kaniche. No. That's like a festive. Is it gumming? It. The vast starry sky, the billions of cute magical critters. Even if only for them, I've got to work hard. I don't. That's not Ron May, right? No. Who the fuck says that? Oh. Thank you for being one of the 3 VAs I know. That. I don't know what this is. It's like smoke. Or vapor of some sort. I don't have a clue, man. Maybe, like, Jingliu, and it's, like, mist? No. Maybe it's one of the new ones? My Day doesn't look like he'd have an ability that looks like that. I have no idea what the fuck Finon does. That's a cloud bunny, I think. Huh? Isn't Linksha a bunny? Yeah! Bet. I know that from the emojis from a few days ago. Cause we had a bunny emoji and it was Linksha and I didn't know. Is that Silverwolf? Bean. Not Bean. Oh. Gee, I do wonder. I sure do wonder who it could be. Alright. Let's do the Loldol. Actually, no, let's do the Bonedol first. The Bonedol is actually a banger. What? The fuck? Is that... I mean, that's gotta be a Yordle. Right? Can't be Rumble. Maybe it's Heimer? With, like, Rocket on top of head? Yeah, it is. Bet. Easy clap. My god. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, let's do the Loldol. Classic. True. Okay. Let's try an old, non-human, female melee champ. Why can I not think of a female melee champ that is not human? And the only things that come to mind are like Malawi, Fiora, Aurelia. I'll look at chat. Belveth? Wasn't Belveth after Akshan? Evelyn. Okay. Yeah, I think there's not a lot of them. Rek'Sai, there's Rek'Sai too, that's true. But Rek'Sai is Shurima, no? Would Rek'Sai be Shurima plus Void or just Void? I don't know, actually. Is Rek'Sai even Void, actually? I don't even know. Whatever. Lightning Bolt, Lightning Bolt, Lightning Bolt, Who the fuck says that? Is that Zeri? Jinx? No. Cannon. Oh, that makes sense, actually. It's not Cannon either. Who the fuck? Volibear wouldn't say this, right? Who else is related to lightning? Rise? Dude, can't be Volibear, right? No, okay. Zerath? Zerath would not say this either. No shot. That cannot be a real voice line. There's no way. Nah. What is that? I can't tell. I don't even know what way is supposed to be up. Is that like Cogmoss thing? Oh, Zaya! You're so right. You're so right. You're so right. Chat, you guys are geniuses. Boar. I like that they're showing the whole ass skin because people that don't know this is a skin probably wouldn't be able to tell who this is. The fact that someone said Singe reinforces my argument. That's so funny. That's so funny. Oh my god. Okay, let's do the One Piece though. Please bring back Octordle. Maybe we could. Bro, can they stop giving us fucking characters that don't have either a Devil Fruit or Hockey? I'm getting fucking annoyed, man. I'm so tired. Eevee? I wonder if her affiliation would say Straw Hat Pirates. No. Okay. I mean, it's probably a relatively early character. No bounty. No Hockey, no Devil Fruit. But it could be just like the most random ass person in Wano too, so like, I don't know, man. You just skip it. Carrot? Wouldn't Carrot affiliation be Straw Hat Pirates? No. Also no. Wow, that's crazy. After Zo? Wait, what? Holy shit. It is gonna be a random ass person in Wano, isn't it? Dude. Does Pudding have a Devil Fruit? Is her thing a Devil Fruit or is it not a Devil Fruit? I forgot. It is a Devil Fruit? Okay. So it's probably not. Wait, what about Sanji's sister? My god. I'm the GOAT, what the fuck? Holy shit! Doru no mi. Is this gonna be does this mean Door fruit? Or does it mean something else? I don't know. Yeah, okay. I don't know then. I need the translation, I think. Wax fruit. Fuck, who is that again? What's his name? Is it Mr. 3? Galdino. That's Beppo. Okay, let's see if the laugh is recognizable. I don't think it is. I think it's a pretty generic evil laugh. Buggy? Huh. Hella recognizable? Okay, my bad. Sorry. Sorry. Wait, what do you mean new Naruto doll? Naruto doll is not new. What are they yapping about? Is it Sasuke Uchiha? No. Let's try Donzo. Wait, I'm an idiot. It's not male. It's not Konoha. Probably Akatsuki. Female character. Who the fuck is a woman in the Akatsuki? Ona? Oh yeah. It's not her though. There's another one? Karen? She's not in the Akatsuki though. Is she? Oh, she is. That counts as Akatsuki? She was? She technically was? Okay, they're making things up, man. Whatever. What the fuck? It's not? Yeah, I thought that was one of the many wrestling guns, but I guess it's not. Yeah, that's one of the old ones, right? What's his name? Hagoromo? Yeah. No. It's another one of them. Ashura? Who the fuck is... Yeah. Okay. Whatever. I don't even know if there is such a thing as justice in the shinobi world. We fight believing in our own justice. But if the enemy is doing the same thing, who's right? This has to be an antagonist, right? Because protagonists in Naruto don't have the capability of having thoughts that go that far. Not that this goes particularly far, but the protagonists are really simple. Nagato? It could be. I think that makes sense, yeah. No. I think Yahiko. Really? No. Itachi? I don't think Itachi would say that. I don't think Itachi would ever try to convince someone that he's right. Zabuza? I think Zabuza's a better guess for sure. I mean, I'll try Itachi, but if it is, I'm pissed off. Okay. Obito? They say that's to Itachi. Sasuke would not say this. Hisui? Yeah. I mean, that's a Hyuga, but which one of them is it? That kind of looks like a man. It kind of looks old, so I'm gonna guess Neji's dad. Yeah, bet. 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 Alright, let's do the Smash duel. One day it'll be Jigglypuff. I was so excited when I saw that the other was green. Damn. What are the others? I think Pokemon. No. I think Pokemon Trainer is Ash's gender, not the combined gender of the character. Maybe Ice Climbers. Was Ice Climbers in 64? I don't know. What about me? Me Brawler. Oh, selectable is an option as well. I didn't know. Damn. Ganon? I don't think Ganon is other. I mean, I'm gonna try Pokemon Trainer. It's considered selectable as well. I see. Oh, it's also not. Yeah, okay. It's not in Brawl, not in 64. Melee? Who's an other character in Melee? Sonic? Is Sonic not a man? I feel like you're... Sonic at first appeared in Brawl anyway, so it doesn't matter. Who else? What's Ridley's gender? No, Ridley appeared in Wii U, right? Yoshi. Was Yoshi not in 64? Yoshi's male. Huh. Yoshi was in 64, though. Okay, it's a new character. Like, it's an old character that only came to Smash in the new games. Castlevania? I don't think a single Castlevania character's gender is other. Piranha Plant. It's not from the Mario universe. Yeah, it's a pretty big one, too, that's true. The new characters, I can't really guess, because I'm not, like, yeah. Byleth? Really? Byleth is male / female? Is Byleth not human? Byleth is from after 2006? Oh. Rob? It can't be Rob, because it has to be from the new game. It's not from 64, Melee, Brawl, or Wii U. It has to be Smash 5. So it has to be like an actual new character. Ridley? Maybe it is Ridley. Ridley's male. Damn. It is from Ultimate, yeah. Dude, who the fuck could this be? I don't know the characters in Ultimate, that's the problem. Whatever. The Mighty Ginjonator. What the fuck does that mean? What? It's Banjo? Banjo and Kazooie. You're so right. Oh my god. Holy shit. I never would have guessed that. I forgot that existed. Is that Link? It has to be either Link or Zelda, right? There's 3 Links, so I'm gonna guess Zelda instead. Okay, it was Zelda. Bet. Huge. Damn, the emoji they chose for wolf was a wolf. That's crazy. Ooh, that's kind of hard, actually. Is that maybe Bowser Jr.? No. Wait, is that not just Mario's face with his glove? Is that just not normal ass Mario? It is. Oh my god. Holy shit. Alright, let's do the Pokédoll. I will not succeed, by the way. Pokédoll, let's try Jigglypuff. It wasn't Jigglypuff. Maj. First stage evolution, not normal. Let's try Charmander. Let's try... It's small. Let's try... You guys have any ideas? Squirtle? I feel like Squirtle only has one type though, right? Caterpie? I like that. Caterpie's a good guess. Okay, never mind. That was a bad guess. You're an idiot. What if it's just Pikachu? No. This is not going well. We found the height. Okay, it's water and something else. Blue and something else. Relatively small. Poliwhirl? Is Poliwhirl? You mean Poliwag? Is Poliwag water? No shot, right? Yes? Really? Okay. Blue and white. Meryl? What the fuck is a Meryl? That's not a thing. Omanite? That's yellow, not white. Nah. Nah. Dude, what the fuck is this? I don't know, man. No clue. What if it's this one? What's this guy's name? Golem? It's not. Okay, who do you guys think it is? I don't fucking know, man. Geodude? Really? No shot. Yeah, no, okay. Zygarde. What the fuck is a Zygarde? Okay, you guys are just making up names now. Graveler? Oh. Yeah, I would not have guessed that. There's a fucking Celebi in there. What the hell? Blank has the power to hurl anything aside. However, trying to do any work requiring care and dexterity causes its arms to get tangled. I mean... Okay. Fuck, what's the other one? What's the evolution called? It's wheezing, right? It's coughing and wheezing. Fuck, it wasn't that! Is it Blastoise? Oh, it's Blastoise. I'm an idiot. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck! What a terrible performance that was. Can I do the Buildle? I haven't done the Buildle in so long. I don't know what items build out of what anymore, so this is probably not gonna go well. Let's try... I don't know, let's try an ADC item, maybe. Let's try... Yuntal. It would reveal it if, well, like, one of the items was crit, right? Let's try Zonia's. Let's try Warmogs. Let's try Heartsteel. Okay. I actually know what Heartsteel and Warmogs build out of. It's like the one item I actually do know. Okay, That's funny. Okay, let's try Tiamat. My goat. It's an AD item. Let's try... Okay. AD, crit, Infinity Edge. No. It is crit. AD, crit, and something else, but not attack speed. It could be LDR, yeah. Not armor pen? No. Runons? It can't be Runons. Collector? Is Collector 3200? It's not. Sundered Sky? I'm pretty sure secondary would not be crit. Shield Bow? I'm pretty sure secondary for Shield Bow has nothing, right? Like, it has crit and that's it, no? Maybe they'd include the fucking lifeline. Yeah, no, they don't. Dude, what? What crit items are even left, dude? Kraken isn't a crit item anymore. Rapid Fire has attack speed. Wait, I guess it could have attack speed. I dismissed it because this was wrong, but I guess it could have crit attack speed and something else. So it could have move speed. Is RFC more than 3100? Shiv? Is Shiv more than 3100? RFC has no AD? Oh. Wait, is Shiv not a crit item anymore? Wait, that means no attack speed. Yeah, no attack speed. Dude, what the fuck? What are the crit items that remain? It's not armor pen. Not attack speed. Mortal Reminder? But what secondary does Mortal Reminder have other than crit and armor pen? Nothing. Anti-heal? Why is that a secondary? What? That's an effect, not a stat. Nah, okay, that... Also, I just realized I could have figured it out if I looked at these things, but I forgot. Whatever. What are we missing here? Oh, I actually don't know. Is it Kindle Gem? Alright, who's sus here? Pretty sure that's the cloth armor. Okay. Is that 1100 or 1050? I think it's 1100. Bet. Huge. Insane. Should I do the Worldle? It's been a while since we did the Worldle. Wait, that is the global that you guys like, not the Worldle, right? Also, what is that? Is that necessarily the right shape? Like the right orientation, I mean? Also, fuck the Worldle. Let's do the global instead. Global is so much more fun. As usual, we start with Burkina Faso. 18! What? Is that even possible? What's this? We on the moon, dude, what the fuck? Is that Hawaii? Wait, is Hawaii... Hawaii's not a country. It's a state. Is there any, like, actual standalone country inside here somewhere? Or maybe it's, like, here. Yeah, I guess it could be here. Solomon Islands. It's gonna be here. Fiji. Tuvalu. Palau. New Zealand. It's like here. Tonga. Okay, it was Tonga. Yeah, okay. I mean, whatever, man. Alright. Sure, dude. Sure, dude. We need a duel in the mist. Fine. We'll do one duel in the mist. Actually, no. We won't do duel in the mist, but we will do, we'll do a rhythm game. I don't feel like doing duel in the mist today. I feel like doing something that's gonna make me angry. Like this dog shit ass song. Fuck! I hate this fucking map. I hate this song too. I hate every single thing about this. This is something fun now. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize it was gonna start that fast, man. Fuck! Had such a good start. I got distracted. It wasn't even distracted, it was just hard. Oh well. Noob, I know. No, I'm so sorry. Have you ever played Any Guesser? What is it that? What is that? Sorry. Yapping while doing a like fast section on this is hard. Chat. What the fuck is an Any Guesser? It's anime dolls? Okay. Sure. Any Guesser. With a screenshot. I'm worried. I'm worried this is not gonna be safe for work. Can I actually show this on stream? Most of the... It's safe? Okay, fine. I'll trust. I don't know what this is, chat. Bleach? I could believe Bleach. The initial vibe I'm getting is Gintama. Apothecary Diaries? There is no shot that's Apothecary Diaries. Maybe it's season 2, since I still haven't seen it, but there's that. Oh, I have to... It was Yona of the Dawn. Okay. Dude, what is that, man? Lumine? What the fuck is Lumine? Flower of Evil. I don't know what that is. Thanks, I guess. What is that? That's probably really easy for anyone who knows what the fuck this is, but who the hell is this? This is supposed to be... Okay, no, this is hard. I see. Any knowers? Any knowers in the chat? Nobody knows. Okay, whatever. Rinkai. It's just 3? How do I try again? Can I not, like, go again somewhere? Where's the button to try again? Do I have to refresh? What, dude, what is this website? It's so bad. Oh, that's the daily. I see. Oh, I get it. Never mind. Okay. Okay, so this is... Todoroki... Shoto? From... My Hero Academia. And that's it for the ones I know. Wait, I recognize this from something that you guys liked. I don't know what this is, but yeah. This looks like the outfit from Classroom of the Elite. And yeah, I don't know the other ones. Okay. I mean, cool, I guess. Guess the opening. I don't know if I've heard this. That's GTO. Is that the GTO opening? Dude, GTO was so long ago. What the fuck? I watched it so long ago. I believe it though. Yeah. I don't know what this is. Manad? Is that the... Dude, No. That's Bookworm? No shot. Dude. Wolf and Spice? Is that Wolf and Spice? Sounds like Yama? Your Forma? Okay. I don't know what it is, whatever. Okay, you guys were right. Bet. Okay, let's do the next round of this. Oh boy. That's the fucking magic thing. The magic school. Yeah, the incest. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Incest from Magic High School. That's the one. Yep. Yep. I recognize the outfit. I don't recognize anything else here. Miyuki Shiba. I'll believe you. I don't know the others. First one is a baseball anime, you think so? Little Busters. I mean, okay, whatever, man. Dude, is that the pedal anime? It is. It is. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure it is. Is that the, Wait, who is that? That's Bochi. That's Bochi? Who is that in Bochi? What? I mean, I can believe it. That does look like a Bochi character. Son, who the fuck is that? The bar owner? No, shot. No, she doesn't look like that. There's no shot she looks like that. Her face is more serious. For sure. Her face is more serious than that. Is that not a serious face? It's a serious face drawn in a humorous art style. But I feel like, whatever. Sure, whatever. Okay. What are either of these? Second one is domestic girlfriend. Okay, I never would have guessed that, so I'm not gonna mark it down. What's this? Okay, I don't know the character. Okay. I think this is the extent of what I can do for this one. Alright, well. And then the Anidol. Let's do... Okay. So, score lower than 8, year older than 2023, not drama, not mystery. Let's try Naruto. Source manga, after 2002, not martial arts, not action, not adventure, not fantasy. Ooh, that narrows things down. That's why romance, maybe. But lower than 8. Kaguya-sama is not going to be scored lower than Naruto. Fruits Basket. For some reason, people score that one high, even though it should not be. Dress Up Darling. I don't think it's scored lower than Naruto. Rent a Girlfriend. That's a good guess. Okay. So, it is not comedy, it is not romance, it is not action, adventure, fantasy, drama, or mystery. What? What's left? Sports? Is there a single sports anime that wouldn't also classify as action? Horror? Yeah, it could be horror. Maybe. It's not horror, but it is gore. Dude, what? Elfen Lied? Wouldn't that be classified under horror? It's also not mystery or suspense. Dude, what the fuck is left, man? Dude, what is even left? Like, actually, what the fuck kind of genres are left? Porn. Okay, dude. Unironically, it's porn. Do you think it could be? It's not erotica either. Dude, documentary. Skip to first clue? Yeah, you know what? I think we'll do that. What the fuck is that? Baki? That is not Baki. I see titties. It's hent. Okay, you know what? It probably... It's Baki, the tags are cooked? Surely not, right? No! 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 It can't be Baki! What? No! 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 What? That... So you're gonna tell me that Baki is not action and it's not martial arts? Like, really? Genre sports? Oh yeah, sports, my favorite genre. What a... Well, yeah, this is a fraudulent Anidol. Like, unironically. What a terrible doll this is. Jesus Christ. Half of the shit Yujiro does cannot count as martial arts. Maybe that's true, but still. Like, in what world is this not action? Like, actually, like, nah. They're just making shit up. Okay, I want to do more of this, though. Can we... Is there an unlimited version of Any Guesser? Or maybe there's another, like another website that does the same thing? Oh, replay the previous days. We can do that. Okay, okay, okay. Bet. Okay, that's Jujutsu Kaisen. Easy clap. Is that? That's not. I'm gonna unlock the first clue. I have no clue what this is. Gray man. I think I don't want to look at chat for these, so I probably would have guessed this one because it's the first one that looks like the right amount of letters. Oh. Well. Okay. That's not nudity. I don't know what this is. Let's look at the second one. That's also not nudity. Look at the third one. That's also not nudity. Look at the title clue. What the fuck? I'm gonna guess it's this. No. I give up, man. Just fucking, yeah. Okay, that's Zenitsu. Why are there two of them? I swear, if it marks me wrong because I clicked on the wrong one, I will be pissed off. His name is Gin, right? I think. No, it's not. It's Gin something. Okay, I feel comfortable asking chat for this one. Gintoki, okay. These are the rest. I don't know. I don't know who the fuck this is. Okay. I feel like I mean that's got to be Chainsaw Man, right? But I don't know who this is. This I have no fucking clue. No idea. Same for any of these actually. No clue. No clue. Yeah. Yeah, never would have guessed any of these. No clue. No clue. No clue. No clue. Yeah, okay. Whatever. That was bad. Wait, I have to click final score? Why? Whatever. Guess the opening. We'll do with video. Also, I should probably open my sound settings, make sure this goes to... This doesn't go to the VOD, so I don't get fucking DMCA. I mean, that's old. Is that can't be Slam Dunk, right? Is that Slam Dunk? Okay, that's Slam Dunk. Okay. I guess we should start by listening audio. No, I'll never get audio only unless it's like omega obvious. I don't know what the name of this is. Achi Kochi? I never would have guessed it. So I'm not gonna claim the points. I think I know this. I've never watched it, but I think I know it. No, I don't. I was wrong. I don't know what this is. Noblesse? Is that Noblesse? I wouldn't have guessed that. If it's Noblesse. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. No. Okay. That is not Noblesse. Alright, let's do the Anidol. Alright. We're always gonna start Apothecary Diaries, my goat. Okay. Let's follow it up with Naruto. Sure. Sure. Okay, action fantasy, not adventure. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. The thing is, I feel like the adventure tag is so random as fuck. Like, sometimes it's there when it shouldn't be, and sometimes it's not there when it should. Attack on Titan? Sure, we can guess that. No, source is not manga. I'm pretty sure Attack on Titan is source from manga. It's not from manga or light novel. Wait. Wait. So it's probably either game or manhwa or web novel? Or an original, I suppose, yeah. Fate? Is Fate from a light novel? I didn't even know, man. Scored better than a 7.2. Do Stay Night? Have they not all been made by the same studios? No, they have not. Okay, clearly. I see. Steins Gate? Steins Gate does not score below Naruto. It's not visual novel either. Kill la Kill? Was Kill la Kill an original? It was. It is an original. Okay. Oh boy. Action, comedy, ecchi fantasy. From before Kill la Kill. Boy. High School DxD. What the? I didn't know there was a born in the title. What the fuck? Panty and Stalking? Okay. Alright. We take those. We go next day. We guess the anime here. That... Fuck, I should know this. I know I should know this. Fuck. That's Mononoke? Okay. I'll believe you guys. Wait. Why are there... Is there something that's just called Mononoke? That's hilarious. What the fuck is this? I don't know. Well, there's a one letter after the space, so I feel like we can brute force it. Maybe we can't, actually. Okay, we can't. I give up. I don't know what this is. Blend S. I've never heard of this. What is this, chat? What the fuck is this? Actual pedo anime. Oh. Well, I'm glad I don't know what it is then. I think we're just gonna skip this one then. Huh. Okay, that's... Fuck! What's his name? Is it... Oh, fuck. What? Oikawa. Yeah. Okay. Wait, which one is it? It's Toru, right? I think. That's... Wait, that's actually kind of an easy one. I have no clue who the second one is, but... No idea whatsoever. What? 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 I don't know. I don't know who any of these are either. I could have guessed this was Bungo Stray Dogs if I thought about it for longer, because the art style is pretty recognizable. Okay. Is his name Kanguro, I think? No. It was not. I feel like it's Con something. I don't know. Kankuro. Yeah. Don't know who the other ones are. Yeah, no, okay. Let's do the Anidol. I think I like the Anidol and I like the character guessing, but I don't like the other ones. Okay. Let's try romance in the middle. What's a good romance third guess when everything's red here? Kaguya? No, because Kaguya would be higher. Fruits Basket. I'm actually really curious what score they have for Fruits Basket. 8.21. Okay. No drama, romance, supernatural, action, adventure, fantasy, mystery. What's left? I mean, could be comedy. Could be horror. Could be sports, I suppose. Now I know. But it's not sourced from manga. Okay. It's Baki. It's not Baki. It's not gonna be Baki again. There's no shot it's Baki again. Persona? Why would it be Persona? Wow. Dude, what the fuck is left? School Days. I don't know what that is. I feel like I should, but I don't. That's romance. Okay. It was released after 2019. So it's fairly recent. Not from light novel, manga, game, visual novel. So it's probably an original. Grand Blue? Was Grand Blue released after 2019? No, it was not. It is a comedy, though. It's a school comedy. Sakamoto, this or that. That's before 2019, for sure. Prison School. Rated lower than Prison School. The Dangers in My Heart. What the fuck is that? Okay. That's romance. Okay, why do you guys keep saying romance one? Let's just skip to the first clue. I feel like this is recognizable to people who know what this is, but I don't know what this is. Seventh Prince? That's not Seventh Prince. Gage? You think that's Gage? I kind of want to just skip the next clue, honestly. A girl is haunted by invisible monsters no one else can see. Mirror? I don't know what that is. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Damn. Alright, let's do previous day. Guess the characters. I mean... Okay. Okay. With it, I'm not gonna look at chat. Here's the thing, okay? I haven't watched Evangelion. I don't know which one of their names this one is, okay? This is from Slime. This is from Inuyasha. But I haven't watched Evangelion or Inuyasha, so I don't know the fucking character names, man. But I know this is the main character. So maybe his name is just Inuyasha. I think that's Milim? That's yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm actually surprised that Inuyasha was right. I probably could have guessed Tokyo Revengers, actually. If I really thought about it. No clue. That's Fairy Tail, right? I don't know. Cooked. Fuck, what's his name? Sane, you're right. Okay. Is this from Yona of the Dawn? I feel like it is. It just looks like that art style. No? In that case, I probably wouldn't have gotten it if it's not that. Yeah, no, okay. Let's do the Anidol. Anidol, let's try Apothecary Diaries. Drama, probably drama romance. It is drama romance. Scored fairly highly. But the theme is not love. Oh boy. It's not sourced from manga. And it's fairly old. Scored higher than Your Lie in April. What? Angel Beats? If Angel Beats is scored higher than Your Lie in April, something's deeply wrong with this scoring system. Nana? I haven't seen Nana. Even older than Nana. Dude, what? How old is this shit, man? What the fuck? Maybe a Ghibli? Like an old romance Ghibli? Golden Boy? I don't know what Golden Boy is. Okay. Bro fucking pulled something out of his ass. Clannad? There's no shot Clannad is that old. It's not. It's also not rated that highly. I think it's House? Really? Really? I don't know. I don't know about that. Okay, I don't remember his fucking name, man. That's Mob. Okay, fuck you. I think it's Kishi something. But I'm not sure. Hiroshima. Fuck, you're right. That's not actually... Why are there so many of them? This... I feel like I should know this. I feel like I do know this. Seraph of the End? Okay, I did not know this then. Yeah. No clue. That's probably Monster. Like, that's the art style. I don't know any of the other ones. No fucking clue. Yeah, okay. I don't know a single one of these. I don't know a single one of these, chat. I don't know a single one of these. Oh man. We're cooked. We're cooked. Oh. Mystery. Released same year as Apothecary Diaries. What? Heavenly Delusions? What is that? Oh yeah. Oh yeah! Wait, actual goated guess. Guess the characters. Okay. That's the guy from Death Parade. But I don't remember what his name is. That's from JJK. That looks like the Duron thing club host club thing guy art style. Or on High School Host Club, yeah, that's the one. I don't... Wait. I feel like her name has a Z in it. Zebra. I don't think it's Zebra. Okay, I don't know then. I don't know who this is. Oh, Zenin. Yeah. I have the first two letters right, man. Okay. I don't know any of these. I don't know any of these. I don't know any of these. We're cooked, chat. We're so cooked. Okay. At least I knew one of these this time. I don't fucking remember what it... His? Her? His? Her? His? I don't remember which one's the guy and which one's the girl. His? Whatever. Ooh, that was not good, man. That was not good, man. Action adventure released after Naruto. Lower score. Let's try... No, sorry, not action adventure. Action fantasy. Let's try... SAO. Bet. No, yes. No, because it's not light novel, of course. Smartphone anime, clearly. I'm pretty sure that would be adventure fantasy, not action fantasy. Seven Deadly Sins. Really? What's it called in fucking Japanese? That's manga? Oh, you're right, actually. Smartphone Isekai is light novel, but okay, we know it's not light novel. We're gonna skip the first clue, whatever. I don't know. Power of God? Really? No. Released after Tower of God. Really recent. Decadence? Terror in Resonance. I don't know what that is, dude. It is by MAPPA. Okay, also, we keep guessing shows that are, like, at least somewhat watchable. It's scoring worse than Sword Art Online, chat. Promise Neverland, trust the process. I'll trust it. I shouldn't have trusted it. Packed off. What the fuck is that, dude? Okay, okay. That's a fake show. They made it up just so I wouldn't get it. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense if that's from Bakano. I don't remember their fucking names, though. Yeah. I saw it in chat, but I think I could have guessed this is from Yu Yu Hakusho. I never would have guessed any of the names, though. The fuck is that? Is that from Chainsaw Man? I feel like it's too weird to be from anything else, but I've never seen anything like this before. That's okay. That's the fucking the fucking pitch server guy. I don't remember his name though. They swap him in for his serves late into the seasons. I don't know his fucking name. Yeah, one does seem like a Hellsing character. Yeah. Yamaguchi. Okay, no one knows you, little bro. No idea. Bro, what? Dude, yeah, I'm 0 out of 4 on this one. What the fuck? Witchcraft works. Okay. Oh, okay. Sure, whatever, man. You got me. Fucking hell. One day it's actually going to be Apothecary Diaries and we'll get it first try and you're all going to be like, oh my god, Zajef, you're so fucking impressive and smart. Ooh. Martial arts, action, adventure. Interesting. But scored lower than Naruto. And fairly recent. Wow, 6. That's bad. Oh my god. Windbreaker? It is from a webtoon. Yeah, it could be God of High School, actually. That's a good guess. Yeah, that's a good guess. Good guess. Good guess. What the fuck is... What is bro doing here? Am I gonna have to guess which Final Fantasy he's from? I don't know. That's My Neighbor Totoro, right? And it's probably Totoro. I've never watched it. No fucking clue and no fucking clue. Cloud Strife, not Cloud? Okay, fine. Okay, you got me. No clue. This could be so... This is the most generic, like, Murim character I've ever seen. Is that... That's Bungo Stray Dogs, right? I feel like... But this isn't really Murim vibes. This is romance vibes. The only Chinese romance story I'm aware of is the one Feng told me to read. Fuck, what's it called? There's Heaven in the name. Heaven's Official Blessing, yeah. Heaven Official's Blessing. Sorry. It's not that one? Well, cooked, I guess. Who the fuck is this, man? Is that Crocodile? That's... Dude, that does not look like Crocodile. Also, yeah, I don't remember the names of the Bungo Stray Dogs characters. Yeah. Okay. Chad, I think I'm cooked. I don't know any of these. Chad, I'm cooked. Chad, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. Historical drama. Oh god. Shit, dude. Berserk? No. Berserk does not fit that. Vinland Saga? Would it have a drama tag? It would? Yes, it would! Okay! Alright, bet! That's, Is that Tokyo Ghoul? No. Yes. This is probably Blue Lock. The fact that his clothes blend into his neck and that he looks like a generic buff guy. makes me think this is Blue Lock. I don't know the rest. Hey. Fuck. Fuck, what's it called again? Osomatsu, yeah. Okay, how the fuck am I supposed to know which one it is, by the way? Wait, what? Oh. Cool, I guess. Drifters is the second one. You're right, but I don't think I would have remembered. So yeah, we're just gonna log this in. I mean, okay, dude. Sullivan from Iruma-kun. I don't know what the fuck her name is. From Pokemon. I don't know the other two. Wait. You're so right. That is definitely the Your Lie in April art style. You're so right, by the way. You don't know the third? I watched Your Lie in April right after it came out. I haven't watched it since. When did it come out? Your Lie in April. My anime list. It came out in 2014. That's 11 years ago. I was 14 years old. Anidol. Action, fantasy, light novel, after Sword Art Online. This is gonna be smartphone, isn't it? No. Okay. It is a harem. Scored between SAO and smartphone. 3-0? No way. Vending machine? Vending machine isn't a harem. There's only one girl. Shield Hero? Shield Hero has adventure for sure. Overlord? I feel like it would have adventure too. High School DxD. I don't even know what the fuck High School DxD. Like I don't. I know I should, but I never like got around to like. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Light novel. Yeah. Okay. It is a school one. Wait. School. It's just porn. Do you think it's just porn? Yeah. It's action fantasy ecchi. Harem school. Date Alive? No. Infinite Stratos. That does exist. Right. No, it's not that. From 2013. I'm gonna skip the first clue. That's really blurry, but this person looks like they're in their underwear, so I think I'm gonna move on, actually. Okay. Cool. That's... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. The one character whose name you can actually remember. In solo leveling. That's crazy. They're cheating. Oh my god. That's actually crazy. Oh my god. Is this a Bleach character? Probably. And this is probably a fairy tale character. But I don't know who they are. Yeah. I think it's Tundra? No, it's not. Fuck. Wronga. You're right. You're right. You're so right. I don't know the rest. What's her name? Is it Twilight? I think? Twilight? Don't know the other ones. Is it midnight? I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I would... I feel like it's cheating to change it, because I definitely would have thought that it's Twilight. Whatever. Fuck. It's from Banana Fish. Huh. Action adventure manga. No, action fantasy, not adventure. Manga. Dude, One Piece? One Piece has to be adventure, and is before 2002. SAO? No, SAO is adventure. Natsu. One Punch Man? There's no way One Punch Man is rated below Naruto. Smartphone. I'm pretty sure all the isekai are gonna be classified as adventure. Tokyo Ghoul? That I think is a much better guess. It's about the 7.9 and released before Tokyo Ghoul. FMA? No shot FMA is ranked at a 7.9. I don't know. Honestly, I'm kinda done with the Annie doll, but the guess the character is fun. Okay, so that's Mustang. That's Darkness, right? I think. Yeah, are we supposed to get to have her full ass name? They'd probably accept that Darkness. This, I never would have guessed, but I remember that a character from Vanitas earlier was carrying a doll that was clearly of this character. So I actually would have guessed this one. Oh. I probably should have given that a shot, huh? Okay, my bad. Fuck, what's this from again? Is that's from Log Horizon. I don't remember her name, though. Chat! Are you guys gonna be mad at me if all I remember about this character is that it's a number followed by a letter, but I don't remember which number or which letter it is? 2B? Okay, bet. Are we gonna have to... Okay, no. We don't have to guess which near it's from. I don't know the rest. I don't remember her fucking name, dude. Priscilla. I don't think I would have guessed that. What is this? I don't actually know. I feel like it might be Girls Last Tour. It might be Tanya. It might be something else. I think it looks too old to be Tanya. But I don't know. Maybe it is Tanya. It wasn't. That's Cowboy Bebop, right? I don't know his name though, dude. Fuck. Who the hell is this, too? I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know. Dude, that's from the Jesus and Buddha anime. That's actually just Jesus. Oh my... Fuck, what's it called? What's it called? Oh, it's actually such a banger show, by the way. It's actually such a banger show. It's about Jesus and Buddha becoming roommates. But I don't remember what it's called. I need to remember what it's Saint Onisan. Right. Bro, I'm gonna be so for real with you. Who the fuck are any of these? Was that Jesus from the hit light novel Bible? True. Oh. Oh, cooked. Alright. I don't know. I don't care. Moving on. I mean... That's the really big guy that, like, wins and shit from IQ. I don't remember what his name is. I don't know the rest, man. What the fuck is this? I don't know these. Just no. I could have guessed Bakano. The character design is too good to be from something other than Bakano. That's actually so real, by the way. Okay, I mean... okay. That's Jonathan, right? This is probably Fairy Tail, I think. Yeah, that's the main character from Parasite. Is that Gray? I think his name is Gray. But I don't know the rest. Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't include his last name. My bad. Okay, whatever. Shit game. I mean, I did not know there was an Ace Attorney anime, but I suppose I do now. Is his name Phoenix Wright? I'm gonna guess it is, from the fact that there's an Ace Attorney called Phoenix Wright's Ace Attorney. That's from Bakuman, but I don't remember their names, dude. I don't know who the rest is. Oh! I didn't even recognize her, because I haven't read it. I only watched it. And the anime art style is so different. Oh my god. That's her? Holy shit. That's gonna be a fucking moving the fuck on from me, buddy. Oh, that's from Inuyasha? Okay. Maybe I could have guessed that from the art style. I don't know. Okay. Luffy Monkey D. That's my goat. From Beast 1. I think it's Bon, right? I think, maybe, probably. I think I know this. That's, fucking... no. Ashita no Joe, yeah. I've never watched it. But I recognize him from the cover. I don't know who the fuck this is. Okay, I mean, I couldn't have guessed his last name. Like, whatever, man. His name's Joe. What's his name again? Stark? I think it's Stark. That's Death Parade, but I don't know what her name is. I don't know the rest. I mean, I don't know her name, but that's Hunter x Hunter. I don't know the rest. Dude, we are not performing. My god. Okay. Is that? Is that her? It is, right? I don't know the rest. Oh, I probably could have figured this one out. I don't know who this is, but I'm gonna guess that's from Final Fantasy from the fact that it's like the fucking okay. I don't know which Dragon Ball it's from. I don't know who this is either. Fucking get me out. Okay. Oh, I could have guessed Sailor Moon if I thought properly. Oh well. No clue, get me out. Get me out. It's fine. Fuck. I should know this. And this. Yeah, Rukia from Bleach. You're right. Am I cheating? I feel like I would have figured out Bleach eventually, but I might not have remembered her name. And this is Steins Gate, but I don't remember what her name is. Dude. I didn't even remember he had a name. I'm gonna be so for real with you guys right now. I'm gonna be so for real with you guys right now. Yeah, that's Slam Dunk from Hit Anime Slam Dunk. For sure. Wait, that's not Yu Yu Hakusho? Wait, what? Oh my god. I got baited. What do you mean? What do you mean that's not from Slam Dunk? What's his name again? What? Hanamichi Slam Dunk. You're telling me that's not him? You're telling me that's not him? You're telling me that's not him? Nah. Nah. Sue Yu Yu Hakusho for copyright infringement. My god. Nah, that's fucked up. Is that the people die when they are killed guy? No? Okay, my bad. I know what this one is. I don't remember his name, though. It's the dad, but... Yeah, it's fine. Paul. Okay, dude. Paul. Okay, man. Sorry, Paul. Is it Akito Soma? I don't know. I don't know it. Yukihira. Okay. If it's just like the last name I forgot, I'm cheating, okay? And you can't stop me. Like you cannot stop me. I don't remember the name of this fucking whatever. I mean, I know it's from Death Note. Was it like Rin, maybe? I don't know. Rem, well, I wouldn't have guessed it. Whatever, just get me out. I'm just gonna leave. Everything is fine. We go next. That's Rent a Girlfriend, is it not? Oh my god, I actually... Do I know her name? No, I don't know her name. Two of them are... Wait, I would never have guessed that another one of them here is from Rent a Girlfriend. I don't know who this is. Oh yeah, his name is Rengoku. Yeah. I think. Yeah. Who's this? She kind of has the same vibe as the female MC from Heavenly Delusion. But I don't think it's her. Art style looks very different. Oh, okay. Fuck. It's something shield, right? I shield 21. I don't know. Oh no, it's the wrong one. Fuck! Shit! Fuck! Wrong really old and shitty sports show. Fuck! I feel like I could figure a lot of these out, but I don't have the brain power, man. Get me out. Get me out. Get me out. Get me out. We're locked in, man. Dude, who is this again? I don't think I know them. It's from Fate? Yeah, I never would have guessed. I'm actually impressed that you guys actually managed to remember literally anything from Fate other than Saber. Like, that's impressive, I think. You know what? I recognize that name, but I don't think I would have guessed it. Dude, what the fuck? Is that Black Clover? No? Okay, well, get me out then. Oh! I've watched this! I've watched this! It was okay. Bro is washed. Yeah. I mean, I could. This is Heaven Official's blessing for sure. It has to be. That's the girl from Dead Man Wonderland, right? And then this is from Bleach, probably. Yeah. Okay. That's the guy from Gintama, right? But I don't know. I don't know what his name is. Ah, yeah, whatever. Get me out, man. What is Freddie Mercury doing here? I mean, cool, dude. I got one for free, I guess. That's pretty good then, huh? That's a Goblin Slayer. Don't know what this is. This is probably the Dragon Maid thing, right? That's Kuroko's no. There's no way. I never would have guessed that. You're right, like it makes sense, but I never would have guessed it. I'm not gonna cheat like that. Get me out. What's this from? Silent voice. You're so right! It is from a silent voice. I don't know the rest though, dude. What the fuck? Citrus. That's a fucking. Okay, dude. Sure, I guess. I vaguely recognize this, but I don't know what it's from. Right. I don't know. I don't know. Angel Devil. Okay, dude. I know this one. That's from a really stupid rom-com. Fuck, what's it called? It's about a guy liking a girl who's actually a vampire. And the title basically says that, but I don't remember the exact words. That's this one. Yeah. I don't remember what her name is though. Yeah, this is from Spider. I don't remember what the full name of it. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. That was not a good show. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Let's get an insane. Okay, that's okay. So this is Black Butler, and I feel like his name is probably Sebastian. But you probably need a last name, and if you do, we're cooked. No clue who this is. This is from Fairy Tale, but I don't remember. It's happy, right? I think. And this is clearly, I think, Oshinoko, but I don't know what the fuck her name is. Maybe her name is Oshi something. Who knows? It was not. Okay, I mean, I got the first name, but I mean, okay, dude. This is Might Guy from Naruto. I don't know the rest. I can't be bothered, man. That's what Ruby looks like. That's crazy. A world trigger. Yeah, this is a world trigger. I recognize the art style, but I would have never fucking remembered the name, so I refuse to. I also refuse to engage with anything that is in any way, shape, or form even remotely related to Fruits Basket. Well, that's Saber. Which Fate is she from? I don't know. One of them, probably. Can I say Honkai Star Rail? Fate Zero? Okay. Is that the guy from Great Pretender? I don't think so. And I know that's from Mushoku Tensei, but I don't know the rest. Yeah, no. Okay. Well, yeah, that's the name I guessed last time for Oshinoko. Nice. No clue who any of these are. Completely unaware. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad we don't have to differentiate them here. I don't know. Okay. I feel like I should know some of these, but I can't be bothered, man. Yeah, I probably could have remembered this one. Fuck, what's his name again? I don't remember their names, man. Yeah, this is Canute, but I don't think I would have remembered it. Man. Like, I don't know here. I'm actually just completely cooked. That's near, right? That's Sora? I feel like they're gonna ask for the fucking last name and it's gonna not count because of that. No, okay, bet. I probably could have guessed Gintama. I mean... I don't think I'd be able to get any of them. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I don't think I would have guessed any of this. Oh yeah, the truth, I guess. No? What? Or just truth. Okay. Okay, whatever, man. Whatever, man. What's his name? It's a catcher, but I don't remember his name, dude. Miyuki, you're right. Now I can place him, but I wouldn't have guessed. Is this Bleach? Yeah. Yeah. Get me out. Oh, that's from GTO. That's probably Sakamoto something, but I don't know. Let's say his full name is Sakamoto. Sakamoto Taro? Okay. I don't know the other ones. Okay. Names are hard, dude. Rebecca. You know what? I'm gonna accept this cheat. I'm cheating. You can't stop me. Dr. Tenma never would have remembered that. Like, when you tell me Rebecca, I'm like, oh right, her name was Rebecca. When you tell me Dr. Tenma, I suppose his name was Tenma, I guess. No, thank you. No, thank you. Does he not have a last name? Probably. Incest at Magic High School. What's his name? Shiba? Is that his name? Shiba Miyuki, probably? It's Tatsuya? Really? Oh. Cooked. I don't know. I recognize this, but I don't remember what it's from. Oh, that's Clanat. Right! You're so right. Bardock. Okay. I'm gonna press guess without entering anything out of spite for Dragon Ball. What do you mean that's not the Goku? Like, all the characters look the same. All the, like, Saiyan characters look the fucking same, man. There's, like... Saiyans have a bimodal gender spectrum. With a mode on Goku and a mode on Vegeta. Okay? I think that's the best way I can express what I think of Dragon Ball character designs. Oh. Is that the dog from Sakamoto Days? No, right? No. It's a dog from something else. There's dogs everywhere, man. Whatever, get me out. We'll do one last one and then that'll be it. I mean, fuck, man. I don't remember their name, dude. Okabe? I wouldn't have remembered. Is that the guy who says "Omae wa mo shinderu"? It is, right? Yeah. I definitely could have remembered the name of the hand guy, but whatever. Get me out. Get me out. Okay, we need to end on a good note. We'll do another last one. Okay. I mean, that's probably someone whose name is you, or perhaps his name is Hakusho, probably. I don't. Oh, that's the girl from Your Lie in April, too. Fuck! She has a last name! Cooked! Is this from Black Butler? I think so, but I don't think I know what this guy's name is. Okay, I'm gonna cheat, cause whatever, man. What the fuck is this guy named Yusuke? That's not a thing, clearly. Literally, they don't have a character in their database whose name is Yusuke. So you guys were wrong. Oh, there's two U's. I see. And her name is... That makes sense, I think. Oh, but I will never guess the other name. Oh, man. We're cooked. We're cooked. Miyazono. I'm not gonna guess it, because I would never have gotten this. That's good enough, though. Oh my god, that's my fucking goats, man. That looks Haikyuu-ified. That looks Helsingi, maybe? Oh no, you're right, that's Overlord! That's whatever his name is, the fucking, I don't remember his name, dude. Demiurge, yeah. That. Okay, we can end on a better note. I believe. Not that that was a bad note to end on, but still. Okay, no, get me out. Get me out. The fuck is that, dude? Is that him again? Is that incest? No, that's not incest guy. You're right, that is Anos Wildigoat. You're so right. You're so right, actually. Wait, I think this is the first time I remember the name of the character, but not the show. Misfit of D, yeah. Yeah. Who's this? Is that Promised Neverland? No. Yes, it is. Okay. That's fucking yeah, Panty and Stalking. I would have 50-50'd though, because I don't know which one it is. I haven't watched it, but I would have 50-50'd. But we're gonna assume I win the 50-50. Is her full name Panty Anarchy? Was it just Panty Girl? Noblesse, that makes so much sense. Dude, okay, I mean, I don't remember her name, but... Una. That makes so much sense, but that seems... Uta! Ta! Yeah, that's from Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh shit, which Yu-Gi-Oh is it? Dual Monsters, okay. Yeah. Is his full name? Ryo? I guess. Yami. Wait. Are you telling me that his official English name is Dark Bakura? No, right? No, right? Isn't Yami his actual fucking name? You can't just translate it like that. No! No, no, I refuse. It has to be real. Okay. Thank God, dude. Thank fucking God. Holy shit. Okay, so this is Evangelion. This is Kaguya. That is so ugly, it has to be Blue Lock. And this is Demon Slayer. I think his name starts with Shin. Shinji. I think it's Shinji. But he probably has a last name. What's his last name, chat? Ikari? Okay, thank you. I feel like asking for a last name is a reasonable. I think that's acceptable. I'll never remember this, I'll never remember this, I'll never remember this. Yeah. Oh, that's my goat! Alright, they type it with a P for some reason. Fucking stupid ass romanization of names, man. I don't know what this is from, but it's kind of giving me Drifters vibe. So maybe it's Drifters. Don't know the rest. Oh, that's Death Note? What? No shot. No shot. Nah. Who the fuck is this, man? What kind of guy's name is Jeeves? Whatever. This looks like the Soul Eater art style, but I don't know who this is. Jeeves nuts, true. I mean, we still. I'm not typing it. I can't be bothered. This is around high school host club. I don't know. I don't care. I don't know. Get me out. Last one. This is actually the last one. We got Jinbei. Oh, I guess they write it like this. From One Piece. We've got Marin something. I think Kitagawa. That sounds right. From My Dress Up Darling. We've got Doflamingo Don Quixote from One Piece. And no fucking clue who the hell this is. Zero. What is that? What's the non-weeb name? It's a trash show. Familiar of Zero? Yeah, I haven't watched that. Oh, her name is French. I'm glad I did. Anyone who knew this? Well, I could figure some of these out, but I'm good. That's... I mean, I could figure some of these out, but I'm good, man. Can't be bothered. Oh, that's Ace of Diamonds guy, but can't be bothered. Can't be bothered. This is gonna be a good one. Yeah, I mean, that's clearly a Tokyo Revengers guy. I don't know who this is. That's Neji. What the fuck is her name, bro? Oh my god! And that's from Erased. Chica. Okay, you're right. You're so right. It's Fujiwara. Fujiwara, right? Yeah, it is. I don't know the actual names of these two though. That's Fairy Tail, but I don't know, man. I don't care. Get me out. Don't know, don't care. Oh, I could have guessed this. He looks ugly. Do one of the opening ones. Fine, I'll do an opening. I never would have guessed this from the audio only. Like, never. I need a knower. What the hell is this? Spectre? What's that? Inspector? Okay. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Is that the space episode from Thomas the Tank Angel? Holy shit. This was animated during World War II. Yeah, I would have guessed Galactic Heroes, I think. I never would have guessed this, dude. 1978, Jesus Christ. Another? Is it another? I don't think I would have guessed that. Dude, I was so young when I watched that. Dude, what is this, man? Why is the opening a still image? Bro, they animated this opening with a sheet of paper and that was it, man. What is that? Aku no Hana? I don't think I would have guessed that. Ha! Okay, I guess you guys get audio only then. I don't know what this is, man. Why are these people naked? Okay, I don't know. Nukitashi, what the fuck is that, man? Bastard? What the fuck is what? Oh my god, it's a show called Bastard. That's crazy. Holy fuck. All me, chat. I didn't cheat with your help at all. Trinity 7. I see. I've never watched this. I wouldn't have guessed it. Don't know either. Darwin's Game? Wouldn't have guessed. Wouldn't have guessed. I know what this is! I know what this is! I don't know what it's called, but I know what this is! It's a relatively new isekai. With a guy who adopts kids. There might be adopt and no. Fuck, what's it called, man? That sounds sus as fuck. Chat, the presence of children in media is not sexual. Okay? It's only sus if they're a love interest for some weird-ass fucking reason. But if that's where your mind goes from the synopsis, it's a guy who adopts children, you're the problem, man. You, like, sorry, but you're the problem. No one in chat knows the name. Man, it's cooked. A journey through another world. Raising kids while adventuring. You're right. Yep. That's the one. He's addicted. I am, yeah. That's Soul Eater, right? Don't know the fucking opening or the like the animation, but I recognize the characters. What the fuck is this? I don't know what it's called. I've heard about it, but I don't know what it's called. Pop Team Epic? Okay. I never would've guessed that. No clue. Shin-chan? What the fuck is that? This? No. Dude, what are these cats dancing for, man? Any knowers? No, okay. I got baited. It's from 1988. Like, okay, dude. Why are they cycling underwear, man? Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, okay. I would have placed it as soon as I saw the yeah. That you know what? That does explain why they're cycling underwear. Actually, yep, that does explain it. It's Kill la Kill. That yep, makes sense. Don't know. No clue. I need to know her. I need to know her. Bench-kun? What the fuck? Kind of name is that? Orisuki. Are you the only one who loves me? Yeah, no, okay. Cool, I guess. Whoa, it's where did the fucking wings come from? The hell is this, dude? Part-time? No. Looks so generic. It is generic, dude. What is this, man? I'm gonna... There's a gun now? What the what? My darling Chungus, what do you mean? Dragon Crisis. Wow. Alright, I'm calling you out. VN Soul? Alright, you are a degenerate. How do you know what this is? Chat, are you guys gonna get mad at me if I tell you I still haven't watched Your Name? Sorry. I don't know what this is. It's kind of a banger OP though. It's creepy. Of course it's creepy nuts. That okay. Dude. The ending is even better, is it? What the fuck is this, dude? This is bootleg harem Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. I don't know. What the fuck is this? What the fuck, man? Mom, can we get Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds? Yeah, we've got no. We've got Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds at home. Dude, I don't know. Someone said this is battle something. What's it called? What did you say? Battle something? I don't know. I don't know what this is, man. Actually, I refuse to get the right answer. By I just don't think I should, you know? Wait, I didn't want to do characters, although that's kind of a that's an insane Epo angle, but I don't want to do characters. Okay, I mean, By the way, chat, like, I need someone to actually explain this to me in terms that make sense, okay? Say you're an anime studio and you have a decent budget. What is your justification for having your opening made by someone other than Creepy Nuts? Like, I need someone to explain this to me. I need someone to explain this to me. Like, how is it that an anime like Jujutsu Kaisen with this amount of budget doesn't get Creepy Nuts? Explain this to me. Other artists exist? Well, clearly they're not doing it as well. Caught. Well, you guys get no video, only audio. What the fuck is this? What is this? Dude, what am I looking at or hearing? What the fuck, man? Paranoia Agent, huh? I haven't watched this, but I see. Should I know this? Be Mine? Is that, like, your guess for the name of the show? Or are you just exclaiming that for fun? That's the name of the song. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Boryaku no Zvezda. What the fuck is this name, man? What the fuck? That's crazy. Oh, I didn't want to do characters. Fuck. And it's an easy characters one too, of course. But I don't care. Okay. I mean, that's I mean, shit, man. Like, okay, it's just normal Sailor Moon. Okay, Baki, true. This gives like early 2010s generic romance vibes. Baki, yeah, maybe this one's Baki, true. Kiss him, not me. Is that a... What the fuck? What am I looking at? Maybe it's not as generic as I thought? Question mark? What? I don't know. Okay, you guys lied to me. It was a different thing. Well, whatever. I don't care. It's not like I'm gonna watch that. I should know this, shouldn't I? No, I shouldn't know this. Sola? I will believe you. You were right. Okay. This is gonna be a good one. Of course. Okay, you guys get audio only. That's High School of the Dead. That's High School of the Dead. Okay, I know this one. Huge. Huge. Isekai Pharmacist? You think so? Yes, it is, you're right. I think I've read this one. Is the name actually Isekai Pharmacist? I don't think so. Alternate World Pharmacy. Or is it Drugstore in Another World? The Slow Life of a Cheat Pharmacist. Fuck. 50-50, chat. Fuck! Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Okay, we guessed it. Bet. That's like Omega Kill, right? No. Yes, no. Yes, no. Yes, no. 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 It kind of looked like it at the very start, but it's clearly not. Okay, I don't know what this is, dude. What is this? What the fuck? This is not... Okay, what is this? Yeah, I don't know. Just get me out. Magical Girl anime number 83,373. Yamada-kun? Wait, what? Huh. I don't think I know this. Do I know this? I don't think I know this. Oh well. That's Tsukimichi. I recognize it because of the orc lady. That's so funny, by the way. I would recognize it from the MC's face too, but still. Bro saw the pic and went, oh, yeah. The fuck is this? I think I know what this is. Yeah, isn't this the show about where, like, one of the main characters tries to kill the other main character at the start? Or some shit like that? Yeah. I don't remember what it's called, dude. It's a vague memory. I don't know. Dokei Shoujo. I will build that. No, clearly that's not that. That won't work. Helpers, assemble. The way. The executioner and her way of life. I think you're right. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. That's it. Oh. I see. What is that? Oh, yeah, I know this one. Oh, yeah. 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 Moving on. Well, that's clearly slightly old. I don't know, chat. This is a mecha show, you think so? It's like Gundam? You think that's Gundam? No shot that's Gundam. Macross? What the fuck is a Macross? No. this shit off my screen. Get this shit off my screen. Ah. That looks like a Gintama opening. But it's not. That looks like a random ass Gintama opening, you know? Nana? Is that Nana? No shot. Talentless Nana. Oh, there's another Nana. Okay. I don't know what this is. Is the worst Nana. I see. Jushin? I don't know what the fuck that is, but... Jushin-chan dropkick. Okay, dude, sure, whatever. I actually think that that show brings... I don't know, I've never heard about it before. I'll never hear about it again. But I feel like that show probably has a net zero impact on the world. Like... If the show hadn't come out, I don't think anyone's life would have been any different. I don't know what this is. That's Anohana? Oh. Oh. I never watched it. I don't know what this is either. Flying Witch. Well, none of them are flying. This seems like false advertising. What is this? Oh. This is gonna be some VR bullshit, huh? It's a yaoi, I see. It's Baki. True! I don't know what this is. Shangri-La Frontier. That's not... There's no shot that's what that looks like. Oh, is this, this one? It might be this one. Yeah, it is. It is, it is, it is, it is, it is. That shit is not Shangri-La Frontier. Okay, okay. That's not Hajime no Ippo. No, it is Hajime no Ippo. Okay, it's clear, yeah, that's Ippo. That's my goat. That's my goat right there. Cool opening, man. Okay. The hell is this, dude? The hell is this? The fuck is that? Ah! It's blurry, but I can still tell the animation is dog shit. Fucking CGI horses. Ah! Holy fuck. Oh. Oh, by the way, chat, I was reading something yesterday. and it had the funniest horses I've ever seen in manhwa. Because, okay, if you've ever read manhwa before, you probably know. Horses are always, like, reused assets. No one wants to draw horses. And they always look horrible. And I saw the funniest horses ever. It's in The Reincarnated Mercenary has a plan. The horse always looks like it's in a panic. It's so funny. Like, the eyes are wide open. It's like, yeah. I don't know what this is, chat. What is it? I need an helper. Yeah, dude. Oh, dude, the horses are so fucking hilariously funny. Oh. Eighth son? Is it? It is. Oh, crazy. Alright, chat! You guys get to be on audio only for a minute? Is that Infinite Stratos? No. Yes? Maybe? No. Maybe! Hi, Simon. We're currently doing some opening guessing of anime shows. But this one had a nudity warning, so I'm hiding it. This is not Infinite Stratos? Is it not? But it's a mecha show. And it kind of looks like Infinite Stratos. So what else? It is? I'm guessing Infinite Stratos. It was not. It was a Muv Love alternative. Whatever the fuck this is supposed to be. I certainly would not have guessed it. Wait, I hope you had a good stream, Sammy. I'm actually about to end, though. I was supposed to end like an hour and a half ago, but I've just been doing this ever since. I have things to do later, but it's fine. Is that? Oh. It's Baki, true. True. So true. That's... yeah. Wait. Wait. No, I don't know what it is. Mekaku City Actors? I don't know what that is. Never would have guessed this one. Thank you for the helpers. Oh! I know this one! I know this one! I know this one! I know this one! Is it an isekai? I don't think it's technically an isekai. It's a regression. Manhwa. Is that? No. That's Maid-sama? I would not have guessed that. Yeah, no. Okay. He's been cheating off chat the entire time. Yes, I have. Is that Chihayafuru? This is Bloom. This is Bloom into you? I see. I haven't watched this either. It's fine. Oops. It's Baki. True. True, it is Baki. I don't know what this is. Grand Blue? I haven't watched this, so I wouldn't have guessed. It's okay, it's okay. That was actually a 0 out of 3. I didn't know any of those. Wait. What, do we guess something before? Too high quality for Slam Dunk. I would guess Kuroku no Basuke. Yep. I don't know what this is, man. Is that the jazz anime? Maybe. Kids of the Slope? What is that? On the Slope. Bet. What is this, dude? What? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, imagine it actually is Baki. Is that the sword one? No, right? Maybe? It is! It is so hard! I knew it! I knew it! Ain't no way! Oh. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck this is. Frozen, true. I don't know. It's Baki, true. True. Yeah, I don't know. Fucking get me out. Islands, yeah. Okay. Okay. Bro's face was something, man. Holy. I don't know what this is. Shiki? What the fuck is Shiki? Huh. Okay, I was actors, songs, connection. Cool, wait, I'll be back to that. I'm back. Alright. Guess the opening, next one. That's Black Clover, yeah. I don't know what this is. I can tell you right now I haven't watched this. Citrus? Yeah, I have not watched this. I don't know what this is. Clarice always delivers. That doesn't seem true. Saint Cecilia and Pastor Lawrence. Huh. I see. Gee, I sure wonder. What could this one's Bucky for sure. I don't know. Kanata no Asta. I don't know what that is. Astra. Okay, I feel like I will probably make some people angry if I say this about a show I've never heard of before, but this strikes me as the type of show that should not get anime adaptations over fucking season 2 of One Out! Sorry. Holy fucking opening, man. My god. Dude, what is this? How? This is just music with a fucking. Naoto has a. It's Baki? True. Maybe it is Baki. Maybe it is Baki. Who knows? Magatsu Warhite Lewis. Okay. Sure. I guess. Kokoro Connect. Okay. Never would have guessed. What is that? Tsubasa Chronicle? Huh. What is that, man? Okay, go Nashura. Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. As a guess. That actually makes so much sense. Yeah, that's a good guess. That's actually the closest thing to Baki we could have had, by the way. That show is basically just shit Baki. Alright, chat, audio only for a minute. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't think there's nudity in the opening, right? There's nudity in the show, but I don't think there's nudity in the opening. It doesn't seem like there is. God, I forgot how big of a forehead these characters have. Again! I don't know. I don't know what this is, man. Those are some interesting zoom-ins, my god. Anyone know what the fuck this is? Agare Yusha. I will believe you. You were right. I'm sorry that you know what this is. I don't know what this is, dude. Any knowers? Clevitas? No, Shaw, this is the Clevitas OP. Witchblade? What an insane poster. Okay, actually, chat, I want to know if you guys know what this one is. Because this is one of my favorite anime openings. I think it's this one. Yeah. Do you guys know this one? Dude, it's so good. It's Baki, true. I've heard it, yeah. I learned this on the piano a long time ago. Yeah, it's the first Ajin opening. Yo, yeah, true. Jo, yeah. Can you go back to Anidol? No, we're finishing the OP. Anime guess. Annie guess her until Baki is infinite stream. True. Anyways. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Can you get into the playlist? No. Don't know. Black Bullet? I will believe you. Usagi? What? What is that? Which one? I don't know what this is. The second one? I see. Bro, you guys are fucking weebs, man. Holy shit. That has to be a product placement. That looks like a product placement. That looks like an anime that was made to sell a game. 100%. What game is this? Is this the Bakugan anime or the like? It's one of those. It's gotta be. Anyone know? It is Bakugan? Surely it's not, right? Bakugan? Wait, that's a thing? Oh, never mind, right, that makes sense. Cause Baki, true. I don't know what the fuck this is. What the hell? Is that a horse? Okay. Bro fell for that? Sorry. Sorry! Okay, that's a Gintama opening. It has to be. Okay. I don't know what this is. Love Stage? Okay. Nekopara. I don't know what that is, but I'll trust you on this one. Okay. I kinda... Okay. This one I wouldn't have needed the video. This one's really recognizable. I can tell you this is old, but I don't know what this is. Shaman King? I believe it. Wait, is this Dead Man Wonderland? No, it is not. We got Omega baited. What the fuck? To Love Ru? I don't know what the fuck that is. No, it was Girls Bravo first season. Whatever the fuck that is. I was like, what if it's the Sinbad one? But no. Okay. But what the hell is this, man? This is Uma Musume. True! Donkutsu? Count of Monte Cristo. I see. Damn, that's crazy. I didn't know they made a fucking anime out of that. What is this? What the fuck is this? Sadist idol anime. It's Bucky season 2. Noted. Noted, noted. Yeah, I also thought it was a dumbbell anime at first. But it's not. It's not. What's it called? Musselin Magical... What the fuck? What? I need a name! I give up. I don't care enough, actually. That's GTO. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah. Average Onizuka. True. Imagine something like GTO getting made today. I mean... I feel like to a certain extent, there's a bit of... It's a little boomer. Like... I feel like if I rewatched GTO today, I wouldn't find it that funny. That's... Is that Cautious Hero? No. Idealist Hero. Right? Yeah. This is Idealist Hero. Fuck, what's it called, though? Rebuild the Kingdom, right? How a Realist Hero Rebuild the Kingdom, yeah. That's the one. That... Isekoi equals knower. Caught. I'm starting to see a pattern. Caught. Sorry. What's this one called? RPG Fudosan. Sure. Okay. Gee, I wonder. We just listen though? Nope. Chat. I think I know. I don't remember the name. I think I watched one episode of this when I went to Anime NYC like 3 years ago. I watched it with Nick's editor Alan because we shared a hotel room, and we watched it on the TV. High Rise Invasion? Yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah. Of course. Any degenerates know what this is? Nobunaga Osana. Don't know what that. This? Oh, yeah. Okay. What? Nagatoro? What is that? Oh. I see. What a screenshot, dude! Holy shit! Holy shit! Wait. Umaru-chan? Okay. This? Yeah, okay. Don't know. Gundam? Is this actual Gundam? Gundam Seed. Wow, that's crazy. That's them in Wonderland, yeah. Is that fucking Beelzebub? Oh, it is. That's my goat! Holy fuck! That's my goat right there! Holy. I watched this on Daily Motion as a child. Okay, that's how you know. That's how you know it's old, man. YouTube part 1 out of 7. No, Daily Motion part 1 out of 7. You were wrong. Idiot. Oh no. Oh, is that Devil is a part-timer? No shot. What? No. No shot. Oh yeah, it is. You're right. Okay. If I let it play, I would have figured it out. Okay, my bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. That's not helpful. I'm gonna guess it's this one. No. It was another cheat isekai. I have watched this one, actually. It was fucking awful. It's hard for me to say. Like, it's hard for an isekai to be so bad that I would refer to it as fucking awful. It was fucking awful. Don't know what it is. Don't want to know. Just let me know what the name is. Moving on. Baki? It wasn't Baki. You were wrong. Bad guess. Is that the Russian one? Yeah, that's the Russian one. Alright. Here we go again. What is this? Love X Heaven. Love X. No, that's not a thing. Ladies versus butlers? Oh my god. That's crazy. Don't know what this is. Girlfriend something? I can believe it. Some harem shit? That doesn't look like harem. Our dating story. Girlfriend, girlfriend. Wow. You sure about that? I mean, it looks like... It looked, from the opening, like it wasn't one, like, MC with multiple girls. It was, like, multiple guys and multiple girls. That's an orgy, not a harem. Anyways, true! Moving on! Is that Grand Blue? Okay. Bet. What? It's what the... Okay, I never would have guessed this. What the... what? I don't even know how to say this. This looks like hot ass birdie wings. Oops. Golf anime. That's crazy. It's not bad, sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. Ah! Okay, that's prison school. Go next. Eureka 7? Never would have guessed that. Like, I'm kind of getting convinced here. Like, you could convince me that's Gintama. Like, Gingi... What the fuck is that? Gingitsune? I see. Okay. Kekai Sensen? Okay. I will believe you. I don't know. Any knowers? Aiko? Never heard of that before. Okay, you were wrong. It was Taboo Tattoo. Okay. Also don't know this one. Itso Giga. That's Murakawa Under the Bridge. That's not a thing either. I give up. Ah! Back to game. Thanks for the raid, Tula. We're about to end stream though. So. Dude. That's the back of someone's head. I don't know. No clue. What about the characters? I actually know some of these. Even though it's from things I've never watched. This is, Komi. Whatever her name is. Komi something. Ah, fuck. Now we gotta guess last names. I give up. Yeah, fuck that. Let's just do the opening. Yeah, that's probably Date Alive, huh? Huh. For the fact that it just says that in English and in like. Sorry. The first thing is fucking bouncing tits. The first thing it shows is. Oh, that's hilarious. Does anyone know what this is? Oh, okay. Muck and Key. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. They're skateboarding. Skate park. Cheeky Angel? Is that a thing? Wow, that's crazy. Alright. Is this recognizable? It is, I feel like. That's the fucking poster for Your Name, is it not? I haven't even watched it, and I can tell. Okay. I don't know what this is. Okay, those of you that know this show probably know what this is. I don't know. I don't know. I never would have gotten it. Dance. I wonder if there's anyone who figured it out from this one. I don't know, man. Okay. Okay. Is that Kuroko? It is, right? Is Tetsuya his first name? His last name? His... Probably. Then there's Bon from Seven Deadly Sins. Then that's probably from or on High School Host Club. And this is from Kill la Kill. But I don't remember either of their names. Actually, I say I don't remember, but I haven't watched Around High School Host Club, so I don't know the guy's name. Not bad, though. Not bad. Good start. Good start. Never mind, we're cooked. This is from, Is there something I know? I feel like I recognize the face, but that might just be because we fucking had it earlier. Whatever. Yeah, no, okay, whatever. Oh my god. Here's the opening. Golden time? I would not have gotten that, but I will believe you guys. Bet. Girlfriend is a show bitch? What the fuck does that mean? What is it? What? Okay. Wait. That's the vending machine isekai. It is! It is! Oh my god, that's true! So true! It is the vending machine isekai. Yeah. Holy. Insane. I guess we'll do the Anidol as well. We might as well. Historical light novel. Fuck, what am I gonna do? Arslan. That would be drama for sure. Arslan would be action drama, probably. Yona of the Dawn. Would Yona not be drama? I don't know. Yona's manga? Also true. Yeah, good point. Maybe it is Arslan. Yeah, no, it has a drama tag. Damn. Wait! Arslan original source is a manga? I did not know that. Huh. That's crazy. Fairly old show. Not a comedy. Around 7.5 from even earlier. It's probably romance, yeah. Or maybe not. Yeah, no, it is, yeah. Action, adventure, romance. Even of the Dawn is romance, right? I don't even know. Probably? Maybe. No themes! Nope! No themes! No themes allowed! That's crazy, by the way. Spice and Wolf, is that from before 2012? Is it? Is it that old? Wow. Okay, from after 2008. Historical. Action, adventure, romance, light novel. Oh yeah, it's no, very well received. I thought this was a down arrow. It's an up arrow. Like 8.5-ish. I don't know what that is. Huh. I wouldn't have guessed that. Thanks, chat. Chat, these characters have a face as if they're from these are yaoi faces. 100%. These are yaoi faces. Like, oh, dude. It's a shoujo? Hmm. That's Owl How to Ride? I don't know this. The fuck is that? Of course. I refuse to, yeah, no thanks. That? Wait, I think I know this. That's an isekai. Is that the level 99 one? He's fucking goated! Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait, that was actually kind of an insane one. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Not meeting the allegation. Sorry. Sorry. You're right. Okay. Well, that's Rem from ReZero. I guess I gotta fucking click on them. That's Ippo Makunouchi from Hajime no Ippo. I should probably know these, but I don't. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Sorry. I'm not a knower. Okay, well that's from, fuck, what's it called again? Whatever, that's from Maju. That's, yeah, that's Aladdin, right? But is it gonna be something like Prince? Whatever, whatever. Hey, this is from, Kaiji Ultimate Survivor. I don't know who this is though. Is that Dark Bakura? Probably, right? I don't know who this is. Okay. Oh, it's from one of the spin-offs. Okay, dude. Or maybe no. Maybe there's just one, like, same author. I don't fucking know. I give up. Who cares? Move on. Currently on Yamcha. I haven't watched Dragon Ball Z. I know, like, obviously this is a Dragon Ball character, but I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have known who it is. I'm just taking the L on this one, honestly. Like that's fine. I don't deserve points for this one. I watched this a long time ago. It's Batum. Yeah. In my head, I always confused Batum and Axel World because I watched them back to back. No clue. No clue. No idea. Ghost Stories, I believe you. I'm gonna intentionally take the L because I never would have gotten this, though. Monster? That can't be Monster. But bro is making things up, man. Yeah, bro, that's Monster for sure. Monster, he says. I wouldn't have gotten this one. I don't know what this is. Those Snow White notes, yeah. I don't know. So, Anidol. Apothecary Diaries. Naruto. What the fuck? It's older than Naruto. Received better. Exact same themes. Is it Dragon Ball Z? It could be, actually. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Well, I'm gonna assume that's 86. I don't know. Actually, what are the odds this is the like start of an isekai story? No, it's not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I give up. I don't know. Just fucking I give up. No clue. No clue. No fucking clue. I don't know. I am the knot with the, okay, I've never heard of this. Well, fuck, dude. How the fuck am I supposed to remember the name of the characters from Bocchi, man? Fuck! punishing myself. This is... Nah. Wait, what is that? Is that solo leveling? Bro, that's so funny. Oh my god, dude. I don't remember this character at all. I don't care. Get me out. I could have gotten some of these, but I don't care. Yeah, get me out. We're taking a fat 0 for this one. Is that Cyberpunk Engine winners? Yeah, it is. 100%. That looks like the most generic mecha show ever. The mech one. Yeah, that one mech show. All Noah 0. Okay, sure. I'll believe you. No clue. Stella Rium. What the fuck? What? Hokago. Okay, dude. Sure. Alright, this is gonna be the actual last one. After this, I gotta end stream. Dude, honestly, that's on me. I should have ended after the last one. Like this is the Anigesser telling me, Zajef, fuck you. Well, chat, that's gonna be it for today. I hope you had a good time. Hope you enjoyed this fucking Omega stall ending. Yeah, I'll see you.